We were able to connect with a vendor in order to get them and receive them within our school district, and we know that it's a national shortage. So we will have the first wave completed starting on August 24th, and then we will continue to be able to have full completion by October 1st within every one of our classrooms that have an air filter in every one of our facilities.
Hello, I'm Henry Shake Washington, Hillsborough County School Board member representing District 5 and the Board Vice Chair. You're watching Hillsborough Schools TV, and together we are preparing students for life.
Nadia Combs, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through adults in our workforce program.
I'm Henry Shake Washington, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They're posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting for April 19th, 2022 is called to order. Member Washington will now lead us in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Seated.
Member Washington, will you please acknowledge our student entertainment?
Yes, we have the wonderful Ben Hill Choir here today with the director, also with the director, Kyle Goins. So we're going to let you all come up and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Manila Carde, an 8th grader from Ben Hill Middle School.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Brooke Lynch, a 7th grader from Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Kira Rinchus, an 8th grader from Ben Hill Middle School.
Hello, my name is Bo Wade, and I'm a 7th grader at Ben Hill Middle School. Hi, my name is William Padgett, and I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, my name is Anthony Garcia, and I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hello, I'm William Marino, and I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Hannah Carrier, and I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Daniela Estevez, and I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
I'm Saya Lozano, and I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Zoe Carr, and I'm a 7th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Jalen Rodriguez, and I'm a 7th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Gear. I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hello, my name is Boston Hoff, and I'm 7th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, my name is Jordan Panagiotopolis, and I'm a 7th grader at Ben Hill.
Hi, my name is Cameron Foster, and I'm a 7th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, my name is Ronald Meir, and I'm a 7th grade at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Kirsty Estrella. I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
I'm Milo Montero, and I'm an 8th grader at Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Atiana Romero, 8th grader from Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Bella Green, 7th grader from Ben Hill Middle School.
Hi, I'm Kyle Goins, teacher at Ben Hill Middle School, proud course teacher, Ben Hill Middle School.
Thank you. Any parents want to take pictures, you can come up if you would like to. Any pictures? But I want to tell y'all, you did a great job. It was really wonderful what you did. I got the note, that's why I'm dressed in black and red today. Did you know that? I got the note, that's right. But anyway, you guys did a great job, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Thank you all for such an amazing performance. We really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you. We have no withdrawn items today. I need a motion, a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all members are present with the exception of Member Vaughn, who will be joining us virtually. We have two sets of minutes to approve today, March 29th, 2022 school workshop and April 4th, 2022 school board meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Gray. Is there any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Board members, I would like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we're a nonpartisan board who believe all children can be empowered to learn to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and/or questions, board members will have 3 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back into the queue. Member Washington will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we begin this afternoon meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed caption on live webcasts, on cable TV, and on video monitors here in the auditorium. It also can be viewed with closed caption in the online archive.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have one item scheduled for time certain. That's 6 p.m. That's employee input. We will now move to public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 3 minutes. When there are 30 seconds left, you will see a yellow light on the lectern, a red light, and a chime will indicate when your time is up. I will now call up the first speakers. If the first 5 speakers can face that wall or, go towards the left. Thank you. And the first speaker, please. I think the first speaker is Mr. Berger. And if the next 4 will line up, thank you.
Good afternoon, school board members. My name is Jason Ferger, and I'm a stakeholder. I have 2,073 reasons why I'm here today. But first, it takes me at least an hour. Today was or at least 32 minutes to get here, but today was an hour and 17.4 miles each way. That doesn't include gas, tolls, or parking costs. And because I live in Eastern Hillsborough, it's going to take an additional at least 15, 20 minutes to get back home. I paid $2,073 in local and state taxes for my properties this year, and that's just the school portion. Does the public know or even realize that they pay a higher school taxable value than any other ad valorem tax? Look at your bills. I bet you didn't realize that. You have the community investment tax, the half-penny sales tax, and the regular property tax, which is taxed for me and everyone else in the county at a higher taxable value. Let's take a trip down memory lane. The $1 million school board offices. Why rent out that floor to a couple law firms collect some rent, repurpose some empty schools, and maybe collect some income. Catapult. What was that for? $3 million for like maybe a dozen diplomas? The one company, some citizen, makes a statement to a few of you right in front of me, and I get a cease and desist letter. What's the cost of that contract? The July 2020 $1 million auditor meeting, huge opportunity for Tampa, not only for savings, but for risk management as well. And to date, there's no real movement on that. HR forgetting about raises for an entire class of employees a couple of years until I brought it up, and I was told it was an oversight. No accountability. Moore giving away an extra 3% to a vendor, and then Murphy literally lying about it. No answers given. And I've been to his office a couple times. No accountability at all. 6.09. Why even vote on it? Allegedly, staff have been making purchases under that contract before it even came to the board today. Where's the accountability there? Sumner High School costs millions to build, and you have Moore and the Graham brothers, who all have offices within 100 yards of one another. How many diverse subcontractors are used to build a school, and how much money is spent when that school is being built? $750 call-out fee just to get a quote on finishing a sidewalk that wasn't completed there. And that company got an extra 3% for absolutely no reason, no accountability. Gary Adult, fantastic place, but if you need more capital, why are we giving space for free? $1,000 donation to a local church. How many new hires from that event? Same goes for the other hiring. And Mr. Davis, when you're asked about the propaganda and how much it's going to cost, your answer is that you'll disclose that privately. Where's the transparency and the trust being built within this community? Just vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Allison Fernandez. I would like to know, I have a couple questions. One is, when are we going to actually rebalance the general fund budget, because you're spending approximately 90% of that budget on payroll costs, which is well beyond best practices? That's one. Where are the financial and public discussion analysis so that the public can see that money is being supervised, managed, and spent correctly? Where are the reports from the Finance Committee? I thought this committee was supposed to make finance reporting to the public more transparent. Not everyone understands governmental accounting, and yet we have had absolutely no conversation, and in fact many people appointed to that committee were not even financial people. Property values have increased significantly over the years, especially this year. Have you looked at the financing, the funding that you will receive prior to looking at any millage increase? Because as property values rise, so do the taxes we pay. So basically, how is the public supposed to trust your stewardship of the funds that we have delegated to you to educate our children? You know, this is money out of our households. I have 4 children. Not all of them live with me any longer, but I still seem to feed them often. We have gas to get to work. We have expenses in our household. And when prices go up, we are forced to make choices. But we can't just go to our employers and say, hey, you know what, I think I need a raise, because, you know, I need a raise. I know I didn't spend all this money appropriately, and I can't really tell you what I spent it on, but just pay me a little more. Now, if any of my children came to me and said that, you can only imagine what I would say to them. So this is what I'm saying to you. This is my money. This is the public's money. We want to know that you are using it properly, that you are using it to its best and highest purpose, because you're asking for more. I noticed that Hillsborough County has the highest number of low-achieving schools in the state. So exactly what are we spending the money on if we're not educating children to the level that they need to be educated, if we're not showing the public what we're using the money for, if we know our general fund is out of balance, if we know that our student-teacher ratio is in balance, we know where the out of balance is, Where is the financial reporting? Where's the conversation? In short, in case you didn't know, I'm against this millage increase. I'm not against additional funding, but I want some serious discussion before I ever agree to it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Lutho Largo, 707 to 714. Worse than a boondoggle. More dumb construction. What can be said about it? Inept, incompetent, and irresponsible. What did Winston Churchill say? We shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. And so the headlines are reading now. UN report spells out dire consequences of climate change. A report, sea rise is clear and present risk. Predicted shift is greatest for Gulf and East Coast. That happens to be here. Parts of the planet will become uninhabitable. Action needed now. Grim report from UN panel. Time is running out to fix climate, report says. Warming may outstrip the ability to adapt. UN report cites Florida's climate change struggle. Rising threat, already at risk. It won't take the perfect storm to wreak havoc across Tampa Bay. Well, you know, I've said this word many times here. Correlation. You make these stupid buildings that belch the carbon. This is what you get. It's cause and effect. 30+ years I've been bringing the science of high performance passive solar design. And it keeps being ignored. You keep putting people in charge of buildings that have no business being there. The hole keeps getting deeper. The future is dimmer and dimmer. And another hurricane season comes upon us. I don't know what you people are thinking is going to happen. It's not going to be pretty. So sad.
Thank you. Next speaker. And if we could have the next three speakers also please line up.
Hello, everybody. Allie Legg here. I don't know if you remember, but last meeting I read some excerpts from a book called Sex is a Funny Word. And I just want to thank whoever removed that book from the online library. You are a true champion of protecting childhood innocence. Now, if we can only get the other sexually explicit books removed from the libraries, that would be super great, because we're also being told that they're non-instructional. So if they're non-instructional, there shouldn't be a problem of removing sexually explicit reading material, especially since it violates obscenity crime laws here in Florida. And now for this whole tax conversation, I'm asking for you all to vote no on this tax. Now, I know all of you are aware that the inflation is at an all-time high. All products are so expensive. Gas is expensive. Our rent is twice as much as what it was. And it's just not feasible for the average family of Hillsborough County. And we would like for you all to explain where roughly $300 million has been spent, and then maybe we can have an honest conversation about raising taxes. About $63 million, and I'm adding a little bit because it's a lot. Roughly $63 million was labeled as other over a 4-year period for transportation, and roughly $200 million in the internal services category for the month of March was labeled as other. Other should never be an option in government finances. We must know where our money is being spent at all times. There should always be a line item. Nothing should ever be under other. It's unacceptable. And we need to make sure that we're being transparent. If you want to rebuild trust in the community with all of you and all of us, it has to be transparent. And then maybe we can further discuss a millage tax increase. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Carmen Edmonds. Good afternoon. I'm here to discuss the proposed tax hike. I think most of the school board, if not all, are business owners. And if your business were grossly in debt and mismanaged, I don't think you would go around asking your friends and neighbors to bail you out. However, this is exactly what this school board is asking taxpayers to do. In this time of increased inflation and prices going up, it is irresponsible to ask the taxpayers for more of their hard-earned money to bail out the school board's mismanagement of funds. We are asking you not pass this tax initiative. It will put undue burdens on taxpayers. And I know this firsthand. My husband was a small business owner during the Obama administration. He was a military contractor, and they sequestered a lot of military contracting companies. We had to sell everything. We sold our house, we sold a car, we downsized. We really had to tighten up our belts. I was working a 50-hour-a-week full-time job, and then I also had to go and get a second job just to keep the lights on and our phones on. So in times where the budget is out of control, it's time to tighten up your belts, and that's what we're asking you to do. Instead of putting undue necessary burdens on the taxpayer when we're already probably getting ready to have another tax from the BOCC on the ballot as well. We don't need 2 taxes on the ballot. This is just, we need to learn to be fiscally responsible and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Thomas. Last week, we contacted you offering a path to reverse Hillsborough County's ineligibility for school recognition funds. The only action necessary was to abide by your bylaws, which include, and I quote, accountability and responsibility for our actions, transparency and openness, regard and respect for our employees, and vigilant fiscal oversight. We offered you an opportunity, and you've refused to stand by your bylaws and stand by our schools. You chose to ignore us, which goes beyond violating an emergency rule, but further demonstrates your disregard for those that have entrusted you. In the April 12th school board workshop last week, the opportunity to regain funds was brought up during a budget discussion. I'm going to quote from Member Combs during this meeting. Individual schools would receive the funds, and some have opted out. I think this is a political conversation that is not necessary because we are talking about something separately, referring to the budget. And the $9 million does not impact our budget. It impacts our teachers' salaries. This is a quote. You stated that this is a political conversation. When you were voting to violate the emergency rule that cost our district $9 million, was that political?
Excuse me. Remember to follow the civility policy, which means that you do not engage with any individual member. Mr. Porter, is that correct?
That's what your civility policy says, so yes.
Because I don't believe that neglecting parents' rights and compromising funds that go directly to staff, teachers, and materials should ever be political. You may be done with this topic, but we, the parents you refuse to partner with, are not. The lost $9 million impacts teacher and staff bonuses, and that demands a conversation, especially since we have a petition with nearly 500 and growing parents, guardians, teachers, and staff memorializing their vote of no confidence in this leadership team. Please let that sink in.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Gebhards, and I would like to issue an explicit content warning. Not reading, but there's just quite a few quotes in here. I know you were shocked when I started reading explicit content from your books almost a year ago, and I know it has been uncomfortable and embarrassing, and it should be. It's an absolute shame that we have 200 book titles now that have concerning content, most of which include sexually explicit scenes with graphic details, as you now have heard at least a dozen times just from me. And there are so many more books, but you don't seem to care. This material is not fitting for adults in this room. How is it appropriate for the kids? And it's in our schools, available in plenty to our children in elementary school. And I've told you that I want to help. I'm available. 5 of you could not care any less. You haven't asked to meet and learn what I know and have discovered. You haven't asked to see the list of books and the content that I've found. These are the children. You are responsible and you don't care. Their education is in your hands. What kind of education are they getting through these books? According to parents and reviewers online, here is what they are learning. Here is the education they're getting. These are comments on your books from review sites. I'll spare you the books, but I'm going to read the words from other concerned parents. First, the book Yolk, which incidentally has 172 F-bombs. We have 10 copies of this book. And quote from a review, speaking of women in the book, one reviewer says, the women allow men to use their bodies in sad attempts to escape their pain. Another book called Winterkeep. There's 10 of these in high schools and middle schools. Quote, sex, sex, and more sex with a large helping of political commentary. Heterosexual, homosexual, casual, underage, sex used to manipulate, sex used to alleviate boredom. I wish I had a count of how many times sex was discussed, thought of, or alluded to, end quote. Another book, The Truth About Alice. We have 70 copies in middle schools and high schools. Quote, this content would be R-rated in movies. Constant drinking, sex, partying, irresponsibility, bullying, and nobody learns any lessons. I could never recommend this book to anyone, end quote. This one summer, another book titled 25 in Middle Schools and High Schools. This is a graphic novel. Quote, oral sex, F-bombs, no thanks. No plot, no resolution. There's plenty of time in a person's life to be exposed to such filth. Why children? And another quote, as an elementary teacher and educator of 23 years, a book that has a Caldecott, Prince, or any other award sticker on the front no longer means anything. To know where there are books out there like this for kids is sad and heartbreaking, end quote. Graceling, 78 copies in middle school, high school, and elementary. Quote, King Lear cuts and tortures animals and children for pleasure and ultimately murders his wife who tries to protect their 10-year-old daughter who he wants to molest, and he goes to great efforts to pursue his young daughter. That is more than a little disturbing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Before I start, I just want to do a parental discretion advisory. My name is Alyssa. I'm a parent in Hillsborough County and a member of Moms for Liberty. During the human trafficking panel a few weeks back, we were told that books in our schools are placed there by an organization that controls. The committee members are trained on deciding what books make it in. During that same panel discussion, we are told, and I quote, that you are professionally obligated to be able to have content filtered, scaffold information accessible to students at an age appropriate level. So again, I'm asking, who are these committee members? What makes them qualified to be on this committee? Who are these committee members that believe that the following is all good, normal, and age appropriate? A book with sex between a man and a child, that book is Lomboy. Or a book with an old man and a little girl in The Bluest Eye. Between a child and their younger cousin, All Boys Aren't Blue, and the flavor condom they used, Cotton Candy, in case you guys missed that page. Orgies, as in Jack of Hearts, he also celebrates his first threesome. Which committee member decided that my elementary age child is old enough to access a book detailing oral and anal sex between two children? Jesus, what is it possible to rape somebody's hand? Some creep had written down, "Do I make you wet?" on her geography book. Eleanor looked down. Crap, whoever wrote that gross thing on my geography book, written in my history book too. Suck me off, slut. In ugly blue letters. Do I make you wet? I know you're a slut. You smell like cum. This book, whoever decided that this book is okay and age appropriate, this book has 96 copies in our elementary schools, and on the back cover, it specifically says not suitable for young readers. The reason you don't like us reading these books out loud is because they are corrupting, disturbing, and inappropriate, unhinged, distasteful, despicable, and rotten. If us as adults feel uncomfortable reading this nonsense, how can we expect a child to feel okay? What parts of this sexual content makes our children, and I quote from the Human Trafficking Panel, help the children connect to who they are? These books tear down the scaffolding and corrupt our children. They do not offer any framework for interpretation of sexual encounters, except framework that says more and more deviant is better. Every form, every expression, all kinds, all flavors. This month, all over our county, we have signs and fun blue windmills to bring awareness to protecting children from abuse. As schools, who are you guys protecting? Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Davis, I have a quick question. In the last 12 years or so, how many books have been challenged in our schools? Because there is a process of challenging books, and we've had so much public comment in the last year or so. I'm just curious of the process and what that looks like.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. I think it was the last time a book was challenged was in 2011, 2012 within Hillsborough County. It was one book, since then. That book went through the review process with our media specialists in the committee, identified that particular school, and that book was resolved to be maintained within our media center within our school district. So to date, only one book has been challenged since 2011, 2012.
So in 2022, no books have been challenged in all these schools?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and where can somebody find the process if they'd like to challenge the book?
Through the chair, Mr. Connor, is that process online?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. You can find that on our instructional materials on Library Media Services webpage. All the instructions are available in terms of how to challenge and reconsider any books that they would like to within that school, that individual school. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We've had so much public comment around that, and I was just curious about the number of books that have been challenged. Okay, well now, at this time, we're going to move on to our information items. 1202, Hillsborough County Supervisor of Elections Office, high schools, voter registration drive, and winners of the Voter Hillsborough Art Contest. Dave Brown, Social Studies Supervisor, will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Washington, board members, and thank you, Superintendent Davis, for allowing us a few minutes this afternoon to recognize a great partnership. Over the past many years, Hillsborough County Schools has partnered with the Office of Supervisor of Elections to register our students to vote. Every year, members of the Office of the Supervisor of Elections goes out to all 28 high schools, not once, but twice a year to ensure our students are registered. Even with the craziness of COVID, they made a point from the Office of Supervisor of Elections to get out to our schools virtually to ensure our students had that right. Next month, when our graduates walk across the stage and pick up their diplomas, they will not only be ready for the next chapter in their lives, but our graduates are able to immediately become active members of our community by being able to exercise their right to vote. Just another great example of how Hillsborough County Schools truly prepares our students for life. At this time, I'd like to bring up the gentleman who's been the driving force behind this wonderful partnership since he took office in 2012, the Supervisor of Elections for Hillsborough County, Mr. Craig Latimer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, distinguished board, Superintendent, Esquire, Mr. Porter. Pleasure to be here today. It's always good to come here to talk about the great things that are going on in the school district. As Dave mentioned, we do go twice a year to every high school to pre-register 16 and 17-year-olds. They can't vote till they're 18, but we can certainly get them ready. And we also find 18-year-olds there that haven't been registered. So far this school year, we've registered 2,700 students. Since I took office in 2013, we've registered over 26,000 students. We know that when people start voting at a young age, they're more than likely to keep voting in every election. Terrific partners. Dave Brown and Laura Hobby have just been fantastic with making sure we've got access to the students in the schools, and it's just been great. But speaking of partners, we have one of our partners that I think is no stranger to anybody on this board, and that's Caspers McDonald, represented by Mr. Conigliaro here. We also added a couple more partners. We've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Tampa Bay Lightning. New to these contests, but they've been partners working with us because we had early vote sites at both of their facilities during the 2020 election. I also want to mention I've got several people from my office here who've been involved in actually feet on the ground, boots on the ground in these schools doing the registrations. That's Digna Alvarez, Xenia Sanchez, Ryan Bayshore, and Jerry Kramer. So the winners of the voter registration contest, third place goes to Sumner High School and Principal Rob Nelson. Second place, Strawberry Crest High School, Principal Christina Rayburn. I'm sorry, Dave Brown.
She had another.
And first place goes to Plant High School, Principal Johnny Bush. Thank you. We kind of switched things up this year. You know, normally we've just done our art contest and it's been posters around voting, you know, different concepts, ideas. We've had some great ones over the years. This time I challenged the students to design a new I Voted sticker. And we received more than 70 entries from around the county. And we're going to use this artwork in our voter education outreach program. We're also going to be handing these out. We're making them up and we'll be handing them out at all 26 early vote sites during early voting. And also if someone brings their vote by mail ballot to one of the drop boxes, we'll be able to furnish those with them. I'd like to invite our sponsors up to help present the prizes to our finalists and tell everyone what the students are winning. So first, the man that doesn't need an introduction, Bob Canigliaro, Casper's Company McDonald's.
Shall we present them now?
No, just tell them what they're going to get, that's all.
I have a copy for all the board members. Take a look at the flyers we will be distributing at our 40 McDonald's restaurants in Hillsborough County. We will be handing out 40 times 2 is 80,000 of these coupons to our customers as they come through our drive-through. There were 6 finalists and 1 winner. Each of the 6 finalists will get a gift card from us, $25 Arch card, and the winner will get a $100 Visa gift card to spend on whatever they would like. And also, her classroom will have the same thing, a $100 Visa card for them as well. And once Mr. Latimer announces the winners, we'll know who gets the $25 and who gets the $100 one.
Who gets it next, right? Next, I'd like Terry Badiato from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to come up and say what they're going to do.
Hi, how are you? We are so excited to be a part of this, and congratulations to everyone that participated, all 70 students. But the 6 finalists will receive a VIP fan pack from us with a newly autographed headshot from our new head coach, Todd Bowles. The winner will receive a VIP training camp experience, including an autographed football from Rob Gronkowski and a visit to their classroom from our mascot, Captain Fear. Almost as cool as a $100 gift.
Yeah. And the Tampa Bay Lightning couldn't be here tonight because they got a game. But they're going to be giving the winning artist will get 4 tickets to a hockey game and a visit from the Thunderbug this Friday also. So without waiting anymore, let's start it. So our finalists, Alexa Weston, 10th grader from Brandon High School. Alexa was also our 2020 overall winner for the art contest. Next will be Cassidy Chandler, 11th grade, Blake High School. I want to point out that Linda Galgani, the teacher at Blake, has just been really instrumental in supporting our program, and we appreciate that. Lauren Cunningham, 10th grade, Newsom High School. You get an IOU.
Thank you.
Maria Gomez Pardo, 12th grade, Blake High School. Okay, come on up. Stay over here. You're going to get your picture from Maria. Yeah. Naira Mitchell, 9th grade, Sickles High School. Got the name right. That was the most important thing. Peyton Lawson, 12th grade, Blake High School. And Eliana Otero, 12th grade, Sumner High School. Oh, and guess who the winner is? Eliana. All right, you got some more stuff you need to give out here?
Yeah. Eliana, this is for you. Congratulations.
I was going to say, you all saw it. All right, man, you got to get in close like you know each other.
Perfect. Okay, 3, 2. Thanks, guys.
We got a lot more.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're holding up the board's time here. We're over 3 minutes. Okay. I need to get mine. I haven't got one. All right. And he's been here before. Okay. Thank you. So a big congratulations to all the winners, some tremendous talent. We were so excited that we decided to do the I Voted sticker and really going to get some great exposure. So thank you again, school board members.
Thank you, and thank you for everything you do. And thank you to all the talented students. We have so much talent in this district. Congratulations. Okay, now we will move on to the recognition proclamations. Adoption of proclamation of Teacher Appreciation Week, May 2nd to the 6th, 2022, and National Teacher Day, May 3rd, 2022. Member Gray will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas teachers open children's minds to the magic of ideas, knowledge, and dreams, and whereas teachers keep American democracy alive by laying the foundation for good citizenship, and whereas teachers fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors, and whereas great teachers make great public schools, And whereas teachers continue to influence us long after our school days are only memories. And now, therefore, we, the School Board of Hillsborough County, do hereby proclaim the week of May 2nd through the 6th, 2022, as Teacher Appreciation Week, and Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022, as National Teacher Day. We urge that all observe this day by taking time to recognize and acknowledge the impact teachers have each and every day in our students' lives. And I had a few things to say, but I know the board wants to make a few remarks. Madam Chair, do we want to vote first?
Well, I need a motion, a second, to approve Teacher Appreciation Week, May 2nd to the 6th, 2022. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Snively. And any discussion? Member Gray, you can go ahead and your comments.
And I had collected comments given to me, but you know what? I'm going to say this, and this is something, again, from the late Earl Leonard. We know, and this board is so appreciative of teachers, as our superintendent is, but we know that they are the very train that moves our schools forward. They are the ingredients that have made success, not only academic, but emotionally and socially during, well, every year, but especially during these current tumultuous years. So every one of us will appreciate our teachers. I know that we can do a lot more than just talk about it, but just know that we certainly do appreciate our wonderful teachers. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, Member Gray. Okay, Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add that about the teachers. I tell you, teachers, you do a great job every day. Every day could be considered Teachers' Day because all the great work that you do, we really appreciate everything that you have done and will continue to do for Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. As a teacher, this was always a really special week during the year because it was a time not just to celebrate each other as teachers, but to celebrate our profession. And so it's still special, especially as a board member, to get to participate and visit schools during Teacher Appreciation Week and celebrate our teachers and celebrate our profession and talk about our profession with others to let them know how special it is and how much really self-fulfillment it gives as a teacher. I know it did for me. I am so fortunate to have a profession that provides me with so much happiness and joy. And so it's wonderful that we have this week each year and we can go out and support our teachers and just share with our community how special our teachers are and how special the profession of teaching is.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly appreciate our teachers here in Hillsborough County, what you do, how you show up for our kids on a daily basis and always on our front lines. I love the quote that says, a good teacher is like a candle. It consumes itself to light the way for others. And you do that always for our children. I thank you. I truly appreciate all you do. And, you're just amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stepped away for just a moment, so I apologize if I'm repeating anything that other board members have already said in appreciation for everything that teachers have done. And I will use a phrase that probably has been overused the last couple of years, but we really have been through unprecedented times with our school district, and I thank the leadership of the school district, especially the school site leadership and teachers and faculty and staff and everyone. Although this is Teacher Appreciation specifically, we really do appreciate all of our employees in the school district because it does take every single individual every single day to work together in order to raise and educate our children so that they are truly prepared for life. So thank you, a hearty and heartfelt thank you for everything that teachers do for every student each day.
Thank you, Member Snively. And just commenting, we as a board, we know that teachers are really the essential part of our society. There's no question. I feel like it is the most important job. And when you talk about doctors and nurses and astronauts, I always think you wouldn't have any of those if you didn't have the teachers that create that kind of love of learning. And that is the most important thing, is our teachers and our paraprofessionals. I'm an educator. I keep my license valid. I taught for almost 14 years. And every time I visit schools, I always think, like, this is really where everything is. It's in the classroom and really connecting with those kids, and how much teachers sacrifice every day. I mean, it's not just educating kids, it's making kids feel good, it's complimenting them, it's encouraging them, it's being aware if they have some issues home, it's about hunger. There's so many parts that we play as educators, and I absolutely believe that is the most important job in our society. And I just hope that we continue to make sure that we prioritize education and educators in this country and in this district. Thank you. So please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. This is a two-part, and I need a motion, a second, to approve National Teacher Day, which is May 3rd, 2022. And I have a motion by Member Washington and a second by Member Perez. Is there any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes, sorry, it's me. It passes unanimously. Adoption National Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2022. I'll be highlighting this proclamation. Every child has a right to safe, healthy, and happy childhood where they are educationally and developmentally on track. It takes a community to make children a top priority and take action to support the physical, social, emotional, and educational development and competency of all children. We must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and how it can be stopped. Organizations like the Community Alliance of Hillsborough County, which brings key stakeholders and vital resources together to support the health and safety of all children and families in our community. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. The adoption of proclamation National School Library Month, April 2022. Member Hahn will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Member Combs. The School Media Center is so much more than a library. It's a place for students to be submersed in media, literature, and technology. The School Library Media Program is to ensure that students and staff are effective and ethical users of ideas, information, and technology. The role of the library media specialist is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the library program is an integral part of the instructional program of the school. The school library media specialists in Hillsborough County Public Schools have dedicated themselves to work for quality library programs for all students. The school library media program contributes to the individual growth and development of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education.
Thank you, Member Hahn. I need a motion and a second to approve National School Library Month. I have a motion by Member Hahn, and I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Member Gray?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Member Hahn, did you want to say anything first?
No, that's okay.
Oh, okay. All right. So I just wanted to say that, we're reminded that it's the largest learning environment in all schools. And also, I really want to dedicate this to one of my best librarian friends, Jan Davison. Some of you might know her if you're listening, but she taught me how to use the library. Not only, I taught at the middle school age, but I also used it quite extensively in elementary school and in high school. And as Member Hahn read in her proclamation, it has so many tentacles, and it gives real life experiences to our students, enhances them, makes them reach for higher standards than just a textbook. So, I mean, we can go over and over, but the love of the library, and I'm thanking our two wonderful staff members as well. Superintendent Davis, can you remind me of the staff members' names so I can...
Yes, ma'am. We have Kim here this evening.
DeFusco, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, John's here as well. Thank you, John.
And John Milburn. Thank you. I'll put my glasses on next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. Well, happy National Month of the School Library. That is when I go on school visits, one of the places I have to pop into when I'm out of school. I just love going into school libraries. And, you know, when school libraries have changed a lot. You know, when I was in school and visited the school library and had instruction by the media specialist, it was all about the Dewey Decimal System. It's a lost art, by the way. Bring back the Dewey Decimal System. But what has stayed constant across libraries over the years is that the love of books that our media specialists instill in our students. And, you know, that really continues to motivate students at very young ages to want to learn how to read. And it stays with students all the way through their K-12 experience. It motivates them to want to read during school, after school, and throughout their entire adult life. So thank you so much to our media specialists who are, you know, really instilling that love of books and reading in our students all throughout their K-12 career. It's really a wonderful place where our students can go and relax and kind of be in a stress-free environment and lose themselves in books and visit beautiful places and learn wonderful things that they may never otherwise know about. So thank you, and you know, remember, reading is important, but it's also lots of fun. So go to the library and check out a book.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, the chair. I echo everything that Dr. Hahn and everyone has said today about what our media specialists do. And Kim and John, thank you so very much for everything that you do to help train and make certain that our specialists are, you know, up to par related to best practices and really allowing the learning to come alive. And children connect through text, and that's where they better understanding of who they are and find their passions through books. And we know they do so much more to be able to provide ongoing resources and sources for our teachers to strengthen the scope and sequence of instruction every single day. I also had a chance to go to the end of the year banquet, and it was so fun with Ryan and Eric, and they did a really good job. So we just see the power, the wisdom, the knowledge, and the sense of hope they give children every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Proclamation declaring April 25th to the 29th as National Youth Violence Prevention Week. Member Perez will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a week to bring awareness to and take action against youth violence. According to the Centers for Disease Control, 13 children die every day due to violence. Additionally, 1 in 5 high school students report that they have been victims of bullying. Everyone can play a part in preventing youth violence. That includes kids, teens, parents, educators, local officials, business leaders, and faith-based groups. We have wonderful resources at every one of our schools and urge our students to speak with a counselor or trusted adult if they need help.
Thank you, Member Perez. I need a motion, a second, to approve declaring April 25th to 29th as National Youth Violence Prevention Week. I have a motion by Member Perez, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Any discussion? Member Perez?
I just always want to remind our youth and our staff, that if you see something, say something. But our youth can always go to a social worker, psychologist, school counselor, to always talk if anything is going on in their lives or with their friends, to be able to help each other out.
Thank you, Member Perez. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. The following items will now be heard: E1203, C1002, C101, C402, C502, C601R, C602, C605, C606, C607, C608, C609, C610, C611, C704, C705, C1003, E1201, E1204. We will first begin with the 1203, the Financial Advisory Committee update. Ellen Lyons, Vice Chair of the Financial Advisory Committee, will be highlighting this item. Okay. Mr. Warner, did you want to highlight this item?
Are you going to wait?
Okay, what we'll do is we will go ahead and move on, and we will go back to this for the Financial Advisory Committee update. We will now go over 101, Resolution 22-500 for a referendum for the purpose of submitting to the duly qualified electors of Hillsborough County a question regarding a levy of ad valorem taxes for operating expenses. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, the Chair. Thank you. So tonight I'm asking the board to have a pass-through and allow our voters in Hillsborough County to determine whether or not they would want to increase a millage increase of 1 mil in order for us to be able to properly fund and incentivize our workforce, to be able to expand our enrichment opportunities with our schools, and at the same token be able to redesign and expand our workforce development. As you know, the last couple of years, we've really faced some very difficult choices as an administration and as a school board related to our finances. And I am so proud of the hard work we've done collectively and the hard work of our team, is because to rectify and be able to put us in a solid footing related to our financial status. I am proud to say, at the end of this year, we are projected to be, no longer operating in a financial deficit as we have done in the last decade. And this is due to the proactive steps that we've taken as a board to be efficient and reliable within this organization. However, we still know that there's challenges that we continue to face. And the first one is related to making certain that we no longer had the continued disruptions within our educational environment. We have realized throughout the state of Florida we have 4,000 instructional vacancies in the state of Florida, meaning 84,000 students aren't being served. And then in Hillsborough County we have close to 400 instructional vacancies, meaning that 8,000 students do not have a highly qualified certified teacher within our classrooms. On top of that, we have over 500 support staff vacancies that we have to fill. So collectively, we have to identify additional interactive revenue streams to be able to properly incentivize our workforce to be able to compete not only locally, but throughout the state as well. We realize that we have 21 counties in the state of Florida that have already went out to levy an increased millage, and that's all to be able to retain and attract a high quality workforce within the organization. Not only will this mill allow us to take around 75% of that funding to be able to properly compensate every employee within this district, but the 25% remaining will be able to expand our arts and music and our physical education within our school district, especially for our young learners, and at the same token being able to create a workforce that is dependent on us to properly give the necessary skills and credentials and certifications to our students that allow them to be successful. But once again, so proud of the work we've done in the last 2 years financially. But you know what, openly, this is not enough to be able to recruit and retain high quality staff. We have surrounding counties such as Pinellas, such as Sarasota and Manatee that have increased mill to be able to attract and retain staff. And we have to be able to compete, and our children deserve to have the necessary resources and highly qualified, skilled staff and leaders and support staff in front of them every single day in Hillsborough County.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second. I need a motion and a second to approve item C-101. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Snively, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Do I have comments? No, in all seriousness. So I know we had a workshop and we discussed a lot of this last week. So, and I think that Chair Combs is going to allude to that in her comments about where the public can find some information about our discussion. But I will just reiterate a few of the points briefly because I don't want to belabor this since we've already had a 2-hour workshop over it and had this discussion. I think it was pretty clear. My position is still a no. I know that speaking with constituents across the county, specifically, or especially I should say in District 4, there is not an appetite. There were some points made earlier in public comment that resonated with some of my constituents or some of our constituents or all our constituents. And some of it had to do with trust and transparency and accountability. And in order for the public to be willing to give more to our school district, there has to be a level of trust between the public and our school district. In my opinion, we're still working on that. You're working diligently as a new superintendent. That you've been through quite a bit over the last 2 years coming into the school district, but I do not believe, in my opinion, that we are quite where we need to be to have gained enough trust and assured the public that we have done every single thing in our ability to reduce expenditures before we go back to the public for additional revenue. So that's just my position on this particular topic. And I did ask last week about the staff to student ratio. I don't know if you had a chance to get back with your team, but that was one of the issues in the Gibson Consulting Report, which was an audit done back in 2016 that recommended best practices for staff to student ratio. And I was curious as to what our current staff to student ratio is to compare us to that report and to other like-sized counties that operate within the state of Florida. If you could, did you have a chance to find out that information?
So maybe through the chair, we looked at it differently. We looked at it through the lens of class size.
Sure.
And
so teacher to student ratio.
So teacher to student ratio. So if you look at, there's multiple bands. Pre-K through 3rd grade is the first band, 4th grade through 8, and also 4th grade through 8 and 9th grade through 12th. If we look at where we are currently, the average class size within our school district is 15.7 students from pre-K to 3rd grade. When you look at middle school, or 4th grade to 8th grade, the second band, it's 16.89, and then 9th through 12th is 20.93. And this is through our classes in Hillsborough County, which means we're in compliance related to the statutory requirements for class size, and we don't pay any additional fines, as some school districts elect to do. We get an annual report, and I can send that to the school board related to class size, and you'll be able to look at what districts are being fined and which ones are out of compliance. I think over the last couple of years, the majority of the school districts have moved to school districts of choice, allowing them not to look at each individual class, but allowing them to have those 3 bands and be able to be in compliance.
And then the audit that was done by the Council of Great City Schools, which indicated that we were overstaffed by 3,000. What have you done to mitigate that particular issue?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. So, if we look at the numbers in 2019-2020, we had 25,700 employees in the organization. If we look currently where we are in 21-22, we have 23,965 employees in the district. We have taken, significant steps to be able to remove positions in the school district. If we do add the vacancies back, we're still around 1,000 positions shy than we were 2 years ago. And really taking that report very seriously to look at every position, make sure it merges with the strategic plan, looking at whether it helps with school improvement, and at the same token, whether it allows us to continue to protect the integrity of our programs within our schools. We are continuously making certain we follow the new organizational controls related to any position being hired outside of the staff allocation, especially within the district. It has to be approved by the CFO related to funding. It has to be approved by our Chief of Talent Management related to human resources. It also has to be approved by the Chief of Staff, and also whether it be approved by the Chief of Transformation or the Chief of Schools, and then it comes to me. At any particular point, those positions have a no. It dies immediately and doesn't come back related to our control. So we've taken a number of steps to make certain that positions that we have, that we are offering or we are presenting or we have posted are actually a need within this organization.
I appreciate that explanation, because there has always, well, not always, but recently been concerns about overstaffing, and specifically about district administration, district staff being too large or too great in our school district. So although it does, seem to be a little bureaucratic, it is good that you have those controls in place, and I appreciate that. The last thing I'll say is there was a public comment made about property values and projecting out what new revenue or increased revenue will result from the increase in property values. Could you reiterate what the projections are for new revenue based on increased property values?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, this is, with the increase in 1 mil would generate around $126 million to the school district. Of that, we have to share a portion with the charter schools. That we would probably return around $106 million to district managed schools, and the remainder would go to charter schools. So every student within Hillsborough County would be positively impacted financially. As relates to, our recommendation once again is between, around 75% of that to be serving, to be able to touch, positively impact financially every one of our employees. We gave a model this week. This comes out, the increase in 1 mil would come out to less than $1 per day on average in Hillsborough County.
I may have misstated my question, so let me try again, because that wasn't the question I asked.
That's all right.
No, it was stated during public comment that because property values have increased so significantly, that will result in an increase in revenue to our school district without implementing an additional tax. What is the projection of that increase in revenue based on the increase of property values in Hillsborough County?
Ms. Johnson, do we have that information, or is that something we need to get back with?
Exactly where it's at, but we're projecting 2 to 3%, the increase each year when we go out for that mill of property taxable value that will be levied to the district.
I'm still not.
You want the dollar amount?
Well, I want the projection. If we know that property values are going up a certain percent, and we know that what we collected last year versus what we're going to project out to collect this year.
We'll get back that. We'll get that.
If you could work on that, I would like to know what is that increased revenue based on the increase in property values. I know I'm paying more in taxes on my property this year than I did last year. So I can tell you what the difference is on my property, but I know we can project what it's going to look like for Hillsborough County based on those percentages, those averages, right?
I'll be sharing that.
Okay, awesome. And then, so the last comment I will say is that in the bylaws, which were stated a little earlier, also in public comment, we have to have vigilant fiscal oversight. And again, I'm not sure we're at a point where our public, where our community feels that we have been vigilant in our fiscal oversight, and therefore I'm not going to be able to support this at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Member Snively, on the DOE website, under funding and financial reporting by the district, 2021, we see that Orange County is showing that their instructional personnel is 10,997, and their unweighted full-time students is 179,433. And Broward County has instructional personnel of 11,822, and their unweighted full-time students is 250,833. And then Hillsborough County has instructional personnel of 11,839, and their full-time students is 181,344. And to answer your question, the projected millage for this year, because of rising property costs, is going to be $117 million to this district, and that's without requesting a millage. And then next year, and it's probably going to be a little bit more, and then next year they're looking that the property tax to us is going to be even higher. I requested a projected budget analysis, and I'm not sure if you board members received it. I forwarded it to you, but I call it the shut her up budget analysis. So what happened is that Addison, and thank you so much, but called me and asked me if I received everything. I requested the budget analysis. I then, and that was at 11:10. I then received a call from Roe Johnson to get clarification on what my request was. I then received at 11:14. I then received an email at 12:34 providing me a budget projection, a 3-year. I looked at the metadata of the Excel file, which indicated that this document was created at 12:25 p.m. and was sent to me at 12:34. And then it also said it was modified at 1:29 after this email was sent to me, but I did not receive an updated copy. Now, when I look at here at this projected analysis, it states that there's salaries of $1,099,814, but it just says salaries. And then it says other, it says 32 million. I'm having a problem with this, and I'm gonna say that. Nothing is identified, everything is left for interpretation. Where the projection for increase in property value, like Member Snively mentioned, the 117 million is not included in this. To know the projection every year, it just seems like everything is populated. The numbers are the same going all the way across.
Member Perez, if you could just close your comments and get back in the queue, because I just want to make sure.
I can.
Thank you.
So I would like to make a motion on the floor. I move that the resolution to be amended to direct the Board of Commissioners to direct the Supervisor of Elections to place the referendum on the ballot for the November 8th general election, and that all other dates in the resolution be amended as appropriate.
So, Madam Chair, that's a substitute motion or a motion to amend the original motion. So that requires a second before you can have any discussion. So just to be clear, the resolution in front of you today would set the referendum for the primary election in August. An amendment has been proposed to have the election be in November during the general election. So if there's a second, if you could clear the board, Pablo, please. And so you would need to ask for a second to that motion.
Okay.
If
So
you're
just to-
interested in having the election take place in November instead of August, you could second the motion. Ms. Vaughn has seconded it. So that's on the floor. You now need to discuss that motion, having the election in the general election versus the primary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Porter. Just to clarify, so we now have an amendment on the floor where we are possibly, or Member Perez would like to move it from the general election, from the primary to the general election. We have a second by Member Vaughn. Is there any discussion at this time? Please press your lights if you'd like to discuss moving it to the general instead of the primary. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Chairwoman Combs. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I apologize ahead of time. I'm not feeling well, so my comments might sound a little shaky. But thank you, Member Perez. I was going to make a similar amendment, and I know that we had time to talk about this on the workshop, and that my fellow board members don't generally like, having these amendments made on the floor because sometimes they feel like they're blindsided. But unfortunately, I just don't feel like we had enough time between when the information was presented to us at the workshop necessarily to really kind of digest it and really have kind of some of the discussions that we needed to have. But after the workshop, I really thought about it, and some of my concerns with it going on the primary ballot is if you look at historical data turnout for our primaries, we just don't have the turnout for independents. Independent registered voters are about a third of our voting makeup, maybe a little bit less. But when it comes to the primaries, because there are so many partisan races on that ballot, unless they're coming for, one or two nonpartisan races, or they're coming for something specific like this referendum, historically their turnout is anywhere from 5 to 11%, and it's very minimal. And I really think that we need all voters engaged in this, and to give them the opportunity to come and vote on this. So in the spirit of making sure that this is fully democratic and we're engaging and allowing all voters to, as many voters as possible to participate, I would also like this move to the November election. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez?
I looked to see what was the flavor, not just in Florida, but around the nation for this. And there was in Colorado Springs, this was requested to be put on the ballot in November of last year. And it was requested for competitive salaries and, to provide it states our staff receives less than 14% compensation, and they were looking to raise the salaries to retain staff and to attract more prospective employees. The response there was that natural gas prices are up, gasoline prices are up, property taxes are increasing, and people are losing their shirts. And it said that we can find other avenues of paying teachers with funds the district already has. And so even around the nation, when they're trying to support these initiatives on the ballots, there's just not a flavor for it right now.
Thank you, Member Perez. Okay. Member Washington had a question, and then Superintendent Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question to you, Mr. Davis, why August instead of November?
Yes, sir. Through the chair, that's what I wanted to be able to speak about. We need to be able to identify our recruiting tools now. We already have so many of our students that are not being served, by a high qualified teacher. And we need to go ahead and move forward and know what the plan will be for being able to properly compensate all of our employees. The time is now. Also, you heard speakers tonight talking about the transportation tax that will go on. So now you'd have two different time frames, one in the primary and an additional tax for transportation in the general. That gives the public an opportunity to listen and learn about each individual tax. And it also allows us to be able to leverage and work to build past a potential salary schedule that will allow us to be able to have, recruiting points in the surrounding counties. There's, we talk about the referendums in 2022. We have Broward, Duval, Pasco, Sarasota, and Palm Beach that will all go in the 22 time frame, and some of them, to my understanding, will transition and go in the primary as well, because they may have a competing tax, or they believe that's the best route to be able to move forward.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. We will now vote on what's on the floor, which is if you'd like it to go on the November election, you vote yes right now. And if you don't want it to go into the November election, you would vote no. Okay? Please vote when your lights appear. So if you're voting, or if you'd like to do that, if you're voting yes, means that you want it on the November ballot. If you're voting, right?
Correct. You said it perfectly, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
So it fails 5-2 with Member Vaughn and Member Perez voting yes.
So now you're back to the original.
We're back to the original recommendation from the superintendent.
Which is to hold the referendum in August at the primary election. And you could queue up again, board.
Yes, and please sign up or press your buttons. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I appreciate it again. So I have listened to, my other board members who have had a chance to speak on this. So Member Snively, Member Perez, and I also would like to have more of a conversation, not specifically right now, but about our staffing matrix and what that looks like. Because I do hear when we're talking about this millage that there's conversation around, if we're going to be able to offer sports and arts and make sure that, we can fully make sure that we can pay our staff and to make sure that we can recruit and have work, have different career paths for our students. But, what I'm concerned about is our staffing model. And right now, we have said over and over again, we don't have enough adults in our schools. And we've repeatedly talked about the challenges that we've faced since we've downsize our staffing models in our school. One thing I think we all agree on is whether or not we need to do some downsizing and whether our district is top heavy. That's one thing we've all seemed to agree on. But whether or not the state gives us a proper allocation or great city schools or what our allocation should look like to make sure that a county as large as ours has the sort of support that it needs with the diverse amount of students that we have to be successful and compete with charter schools, I think has to be a part of this conversation going forward. Also, when I hear my fellow board members talk about making sure that we're conveying to the public, that we're being fully transparent and diligent fiscal oversight. I mean, we are the financial oversight. That is primarily what our job is to do, is to make sure that everything that we're doing is balancing the budget. So to say that we haven't done due diligence on that as a board or any iteration on the board is concerning to me. The public should trust us because all of us as board members have diligently made sure that we've asked hard questions. We've talked about amendment items. We've talked about the budget. The superintendent has talked about our crisis repeatedly. We've talked about the strategies that we've done. So to say that a year later we haven't earned the trust of the public is presumptuous, because the best way to gauge whether or not we've actually earned the trust of the public is to give them the option to vote on this. We're not making this decision here tonight if we decide to put this on the ballot. All we're doing is giving the opportunity to the voters to make that decision and empowering them to decide based on the facts that we present whether this is something that they want to prioritize, just as other districts are doing. So it's concerning to me to say, there's not an appetite for this. Well, then if there's not an appetite, that will be reflected in the polls and this won't pass. And to me, whether we talk about whether we're a Democratic, Republic, we all talk about, democracy. And we've all agreed at different points that we have a funding issue, that we're underfunded. We've asked Tallahassee as a board to give us more flexibility or to give us more funding. And then, to have a conversation when we're looking at self-funding like other counties have had to do, coming back to, are we funded enough, is confusing for me. So, I support this because, again, I think that we can have this discussion all the way up to the primary ballot if this is when it goes on and voters can make their decision, but we should at least give them the opportunity to make that decision themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Davis, am I to understand that by approving this resolution, our school board are allowing the taxpayers to make the final decision on whether to assist funding school district programs, our staff, and most importantly, our teachers? So in a nutshell, we are, by saying yes to this resolution, we're really passing the baton to our taxpayers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. This goes directly, this is just a pass-through to allow our voters in Hillsborough County to determine whether or not they agree with levying an additional mill to be able to further support public education. I think Ms. Vaughn just said it perfectly, and I think it's an opportunity for the voters to deem whether or not we continue to be transparent and honest and improve competence with the steps we've taken over the last 2 years, and at the same token being able to share and discuss what we've done with the half-cent pennies tax related to addressing the $1 billion of deferred maintenance in a responsible manner.
And I thank you. And I appreciate Member Perez and certainly Member Snively, who's the longest standing or sitting board member, information. But I also understand from the taxpayer point of view that the timing probably couldn't be worse. We have the highest inflation. I believe Tampa Bay region is the third highest in the country. We have a huge lack of affordable housing. We have the Ukraine crisis. We have a competing transportation tax coming forth probably for sure in the November elections, and that's for much needed road improvements. However, every one of those categories, the reality is our teachers, our staff, our paras, I mean, every layer of our infrastructure also are facing those same situations of rising inflation and affordable housing. We're reminded that almost every large Florida district has made this application. Brevard, Miami-Dade, Orange, Duval. We also are not acknowledging that almost 22 other districts are making the same or saying the same ask. What happens is when you are, as Hillsborough is, the 46th, perhaps the 45th per pupil funding out of 67 counties, and when we are the 45th in paying our teachers out of 50 contiguous United States. What happens also when we are one of the lowest millage rates currently, we have not much choice at this juncture to make for our children's future a quality education. We must make this decision, and it's really the decision that the taxpayers will need. So let me just finish this by saying,
if you would just, and then you might get back in the queue.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish and say this is really a referendum of our superintendent and our CFO, because both of them, especially our superintendent, must prove to our taxpayers the tenets of fiduciary right sizing. I know that we dropped or you cut over 1,000 something teachers, but we must have you in front of the public to convince and do the argument, do the sharing, do the rationale, and that I feel will be the powerful decider in the future of whether this gets passed or not. And I thank you for bringing this forth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. And just to be transparent, there wasn't a pause when there was when Superintendent Davis spoke, so I did not give Member Gray additional time. I just made sure that she had the correct time. Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. And, this is probably one of the most important things we're doing right now. So I appreciate you extending additional time to board members. So thank you for understanding that. So, as an educator for the past 30 years, certainly been central in many conversations around the challenges that face education, especially around funding. I will say, speaking with a lot of my constituents this week who are renters, first-time homeowners, they're scared. They're scared about this referendum because they're struggling right now, and they don't want their rents to continue to go up, and they don't want to lose their homes. So, many of my colleagues have already discussed the impact that inflation is having on our community. We are at 10% in Tampa Bay. We are outpacing New York, Los Angeles, Chicago with inflation. And that's contributing to high costs around gas and groceries and household goods. It's challenging many small businesses across Tampa Bay. They're struggling to maintain their bottom lines. And, many of our nonprofits are also struggling. So, at a time when we even hear our own county commissioners, especially in the last week on TV and in the newspaper, really, talking about how the affordable housing crisis is hitting our area, talking about how rents are up as much as 50%, home values 30 to 40%. I'm not quite sure how they're going to have an appetite to put this on the ballot. You can't talk about the affordable housing crisis in one hand and then say you're going to raise property taxes in the other, because those raises in property taxes directly impact what the renters market is going to be. Our landlords will pass it on to renters. And for many of our homeowners who are first-time homeowners, they are minorities. They are currently barely hanging on, and now you want to add to that monthly bill for them. And just let me remind everybody that from last year, there was a $25 million increase in the amount of property taxes we collected. Actually, it was almost $26 million. And this year, we're going to have almost $8 million more than last year. That's projected. And I'll start wrapping up, I'm sorry. But I also want to say that from 2017 to 2021, we have met or exceeded the inflation rate in the amount of property taxes that we have collected. And what does that say? That says that we're spending more than the inflation rate. So we're actually increasing spending, not cutting spending, because numbers don't lie. Collecting more money, we're collecting more money than the rate of inflation. And so, the superintendent has provided us with a fiscal recovery plan. And we were told that, and we see the result. We're starting to see the fruits of that. We're starting to see us recover. We're starting to see us come out of an operating deficit. But we haven't seen that for very long. So it's not so much the trust, it's demonstrating the fortitude. Do we have the stick-with-itness to stick with our fiscal recovery plan? Because this is not the time to go out to our families and say, we need you to cover this burden because we can't stick with it. And I don't want people to send this message, and I'll wrap it up here, Member Combs. Thank you for the extra few minutes. And I said it at the workshop, and I'm going to say it again, because I don't want our families to feel guilty because they're choosing to pay their rent and mortgages and put food on the table versus supporting this referendum, this tax increase. It doesn't mean they don't care about kids in schools. This is a critical time for families in our community, and they're making decisions that are keeping a roof over their head and food on the table. So I don't want that message out there that, that's the case.
Thank you, Member Hahn. And if we'll just get back in the queue, that would be great if we could just keep it the time, the 3 minutes. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm back. Wondering if 117 million is, thank you for that number. I don't know where you acquired that.
Yes.
Did my homework. I called the property appraiser's office and imagine.
Thank you for doing that, because that is definitely a part of this equation. The fact that we could potentially collect an additional $117 million in new property tax revenue based on increased property values this year. So with that, and just unless there's some math that you want to that I'm not aware of, there's some other math. That sounds to me like it could be adequate instead of going out for additional tax.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, do you want to speak to that? I know that we don't get that information until July, and there's also a 2%, 3% projected from last year. Do you want to address that from a financial side?
Yes, the local appraiser office, we did reach out to them. They gave you information they didn't give us, but they said they would not give us the values until July, because the local, they're in the process of appraising property tax values right now, and those numbers doesn't come out until July. So even their assumptions, I wouldn't want to give assumptions to the board about what that looks like.
But the tax rolls have been finalized.
Well, when we reached out to them, they said they would not release the numbers until July to the district.
Oh, okay. So the tax rolls were finalized in July of 2021 for the previous year and
Right.
July of 2022 for 2021.
Right. And so they don't have what our property tax value is going to be until July, and then we have to look at the rate that the state's going to provide us, the local that we can actually charge against, and to see if they're raising. Are we going to get an increase? We're probably going to get a proportion increase.
Right.
But all in all, the state is, since we are part of FEFP, they do a proration process. So our values that we actually collect it's not gonna be the 117 million, but it could be the rate that they increase by, but it won't be that amount. So I want to give accurate information, so I'll just reach back out to them and bring that back to the board.
That would be helpful, just because, I mean, we're not going to hold you to the penny.
Yeah, but I'm going to reach back out to them to make sure I get them
But
clarity.
I think it's a very valuable piece of this conversation. I mean, and I think that we could do an estimate or projection on what we think that's going to be without having to hold you or the property appraiser's office to that, exact number, if it's 117 million or even around that. That just speaks to me saying, okay, well, maybe we don't need another tax or another increase in millage if we're going to be able to collect new revenue based on the property value increases that have occurred over the last year. So the other concern I have, which I think there's been some comments from the public, whether they've been addressed with the board members or not, but I was here for the last one. Some of you were here for the last one. Were you all here for the last referendum? Oh,
Yes.
you were here, right? Right. So you had just gotten, okay. So here's what I remember. I never saw Jeff Agins because he was doing a road show. And he was not able to lead the district as effectively or impactfully as he could have. And it may, and there's no, it's anecdotal, but it may have impacted negatively our academic services and our academic progress in this district because he was out trying to sell the community on this. Now it worked, but the long-term ramifications of not having superintendent at the helm of the 7th largest school district in the United States could be extremely detrimental and expensive, which we're still waiting to hear how much it's going to cost and where you're going to get the money.
Thank you, Member Snively. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. I think this is realized, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, I will never be outworked. And when we talk about the related, and just being honest, when we talk about related of driving the work, and this is the summer months, we started planning for the summer in January. From budgets to staff allocations to movement models to instructional resources, all of that has been put in place. And our recipe for success is being implemented and planned for summer training. And one thing is about building capacity. And this team that's before you that sits here, every 2 weeks, they're ready and primed to be able to continue to lead along my side. So not only will I be actively engaged in the community, because I have to be with this process and be the face of it, but openly I will continue to make certain that everything we do for this district supports the working conditions of our employees. It supports them with their professional learning. At the same token, we're leveraging money to support the strategic plan, and that we're actively engaged in every decision to help children along the way. So this is the benefit from doing it during the summer, during August. So when August comes, we can then focus on September, we can focus on the entire school year, and we don't have that distraction or that disruption. And I'll say the last thing is that we have thousands of kids right now that do not have stability with qualified teachers. And through the Great Resignation article, it says it's going to be moved from 4,000 to 9,000 by the end of the year, and we've got to be able to address it. Oh, the other part of it. Where are we going to, and I said in the workshop, I get with you individually, and that's for us to start brainstorming about the engagement. And this is going to have to be a grassroots campaign where community members are going to have to be involved, civic leaders, corporations, and individuals that we continue to have beautiful partnerships with Hillsborough County Public Schools. And that's going to have to be related to being able to raise money to do this. I haven't raised any money to date. But there's an appetite for individuals to get behind this and to be able to further support our educational system.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Perez?
Thank you. I'm going to ask some questions, but I want to be very transparent. I want to share something. I have 2 boxes. When I asked for information to help me look at this budget, I got 2 boxes full of documents like this. And all of May last year, May, June, July, I sat and looked through documents, and they still weren't complete. But I want to ask, as board members, when we ask for information, we need not documents like this in order to do our jobs. This can't happen. As ESSERS expires, and assuming that we do not pass a referendum for additional millage, has this district made a budgetary adjustment necessary for financial stability over the next 5 years? That's question number 1.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. The answer is absolutely yes. We have put in controls. We've made some hard decisions that we've all lived through. I've lived through personally and professionally, but the answer to that is yes. We just may not be able to keep up with other counties and related to them being more attractive to a workplace than we currently have. And we would have to focus on trying to look at languages and practices versus financial compensation. Ms. Johnson, anything else you want to add to that?
I think we're going to be financially stable over the years. We're going to have a nice fund balance that if we put certain standards on those fund balance and monitor how we paying out things, I think it'd be 5 years and could be more, because we're going to be doing other things that doesn't impact the classroom, making other cuts in other places we having challenges now. So there's still work to be done. I would never say we're done, because we're we're in the black now, but there's still things we're going to do to make some reduction to this budget and to solidify revenue resources also.
And I would say I agree with what Dr. Hahn said, is that the plan is going to be a long-term plan to make it a reality, to create and continue to demonstrate that trust. I'm sorry.
Yes, your time was not paused,
Yes.
but happened to Member Gray, so please, you have an additional minute.
And specifically, have we made cuts necessary to eliminate operating deficits in any of the next 5 years without reliance on drawing down fund balances or increasing transfers from capital?
So through the chair, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
I just want everyone to be clear. The capital transfers, our eligible expenditures are for capital. We only could pay them out the general fund. So we're doing what other district, if you do a comparison analysis, we are really low on our actual transfer that we do based on a school district of our size from from capital transfer to general fund, because we do have capital expenditures that are embedded in our general fund that need to be supported by the capital transfer.
Okay, and in 3 to 5 years before passing their operating millage referendums, are you aware of any other districts that had consistent operating deficits?
Through the chair, I don't have access to the information related to any other school district's budgets. We can connect with any CFOs and determine whether or not they're willing to disclose that information. But I can tell you we have weathered the greatest deficit throughout any school district in the state of Florida, as demonstrated in the last, I would say ever, through my conversations with FADs and superintendents across the state.
Member Perez, you still have another 20 seconds or so?
Perfect. The reason why I'm bringing up this information is I need our CFO, Finance Department, Accounting Manager, Chief of Operations Officer, Chief of Human Capital Officer to be much more diligent, deliberate, and intentional when it comes to managing this district's finances, especially when asking our community to support, supplement, and fund our schools.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
So I was just going to sum up some major points. The first point is this board today is here to approve or not approve this resolution, and it will be the taxpayers who will be the ultimate deciders. And secondly, it will be Superintendent Davis who will make the case that we not only made very acute and necessary cuts, and I'm just throw out the more than 1,000 teachers. That means a lot, by the way, to the quality of education. But our superintendent is now charged with making the case that we have done the edification, the cuts, the reciprocal of what Member Perez and what Member Snively is asking. Your work is cut out for you, Superintendent Davis, and the trust has to be done. I feel that the sense of urgency, every time we mention the future of our children, and it lies right in the hearts and souls of our teachers, we have to act to support education, a quality education built upon not only effective teachers, veteran teachers, but also on innovative and top-drawer educational programs and resources. I do believe that if we look at the millage rate for this county, Hillsborough County, versus the other counties, and I know this to be true, the millage rate in 2010 was 5.4 in Hillsborough. Fast forward 2021 to 2022, our millage rate is lower, 3.5. So the taxes have actually decreased. Even if we added a mill, we would still be a low tax realm. So, the whole thing about taxes, it's very, very important, but we're not really gaining much ground by this ask, if you look at it historically. And last, this is more about, in my mind, supporting our teachers, our staff, our bus drivers. We are the largest employer in Hillsborough County. If we are not strong, they will weaken, our vendors will weaken, the economy in Tampa may weaken. So the children are our future. We have to invest. It's hard, but anyway, this is a hard decision, but the decision to put it in front of the taxpayers, in my mind, is the most fairest way we can do this at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gray, for highlighting that because the tax millage went down, that even with this, we'll still be lower than we were many, many years ago. Kind of what I'm seeing from this is that we probably need to have a workshop on how our property taxes work, because once again, regardless of how much they increase, with the cap that the state enacted in 2018, it's not a cap on the property taxes themselves, it's how much each district can recoup. And once we've gone over a certain percentage as a state, then what they do is they start to take away from our EFP funding. So it's still a loophole where we get less funding. So I think we really need to have a conversation and a workshop to understand how our taxes work. And to say that, to put this millage in front of the voters is not to have fortitude for our strategic plan and recovery is confusing to me, because we've, again, talked about one of the reasons why we've kind of whittled down our funds, and where we got into trouble was we started being underfunded by the state, and then we had to dip into our reserves because we didn't have enough funding continually. And thank goodness for that the tax that we had with the half-penny sales tax. You're right, I wasn't here, and I'm sorry if our superintendent wasn't there and it led to other problems, but thank goodness we have that now, and we're able to do maintenance on the physical outlay of our schools. Without it, we would be in even more issues now. And when we talk about part of our recovery plan, even though it's not part of our plan, the reason we'll be in better financial shape again is because we have so many vacancies in our ESE and Title I schools. So, we could have a whole conversation about affordable housing, and I appreciate that Member Hahn is very sympathetic. I as well am very sympathetic to not only our families, but our teachers and our staff who can't work in our county and commute to their schools. But to say that this is an issue with the school board and not put the responsibility on our state legislators who've allowed this affordable housing crisis, and to mention the county commission who does admit we have affordable housing crisis, but will go out for a transportation tax again because they understand that our education and infrastructure is being starved out intentionally and that we need these things to function as a community, it's got to be at the forefront of the conversation too. So I know we've had a lot of conversation about this. I expect to have a lot more conversation about this as we go forward. So, hopefully our voters will fully understand, why we need as much funding as possible and what that looks like and how it equates to the success of our students and in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And just a couple points, because I know we've talked a lot about this, and I think it's really important for people to know that we did have a 3-hour workshop regarding this, and they can view that, and also looking at the PowerPoints. There are some really important things that we look at as we get more property, values coming in. Also, the price of doing business in Hillsborough County is costing more, just from anything from lunches to electricity, all of those, the cost of living is going higher. And as the largest employer in Hillsborough County, you have to imagine teachers are working 2 or 3 jobs. Teachers are making, we're 49th in the nation as for veteran teachers. So you see 2 teachers aren't able to afford to live in their homes. And so I obviously know that increasing taxes is something that's controversial, that nobody wants to do. My 19-year-old said today, I'm not going to vote for that. But I said to him, well, how about if you go to a restaurant and there's not enough servers, that's okay. If you go to Busch Gardens and there's not enough employees, that's okay. What about when you walk into a school and there's no one to teach your child, or there's a fight that breaks out and there's nobody to watch that child, or for that ESE student who needs that help, those basic life skills, now you have no one in front of them. So we have to look at the larger picture, and we have to look at investing in what's most important is our students. And if you have 4,000 vacancies, and there's mass exodus of teachers leaving. And with my daughter alone, who's an 11th grader, this year she lost 2 teachers, her favorite journalism teacher. And when she asked her, why are you leaving? She said, ask your mom. I cannot afford to live this way. I cannot afford to work 2 jobs, 3 jobs. And so we're looking at what can we do to make sure there's more money in teachers' pockets and more money to keep teachers in our district. And that is we talk about celebration for teachers. We talk about things being so expensive. What about that teacher who went to college and is paying debt and can't move in. And I had an email from someone, and it really resonated with me. She said, I'm a 40-year-old woman who just recently got divorced. I have a 5-year-old child, and I have to go back home and live at home because I cannot afford to live on my own. That is the truth. So this money is not going to anything. The majority of it is going back into the teachers and also to provide the art, music, and PE that we talk about that's so important. Thank you. Member Washington?
Very well said, Madam Combs. First of all, I'm just sitting here contemplating on what I was going to say, but we're here to support the employees. Not only the teachers or other people, but we have other people working in this system, employees that need to be supported. That's important, to support our employees. And at the end of the day, we're here for students. Students and our employers, that's who we want to support. And I deeply believe this millage will help. Now, that's my belief. I think we're in a fight. We are in a fight, but we can win the fight. And I call it a fight because anytime you're trying to get something done, it's going to be a struggle. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a fight. But we can win the fight. We just have to do what it takes and convince people that we're transparent and we want to do the right thing for people. That's what it's all about, because people don't trust us. See, when you lose trust, you lost everything in life. Life is about trusting people, respecting people, and we have to restore that. And I think we need to put this on the ballot in August. Now, some people may disagree, but that's okay too. That's my own opinion, to put it on the ballot in August and let the voters decide. We can't sit up here and make no doggone decision. We can't do that. Let the voters say, well, I don't want to have it, or I want it, or I don't want it. That's the way we're going to resolve this problem, is let them do it. Let the voters decide to do it. So I want it, if all possible, I'm going to make mine vote for to be in August on the ballot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. So a few of my colleagues have mentioned over and over again about just put it on the ballot. Let the voters decide. But let me just remind everybody, that comes with a level of responsibility. That when the voter sees that we are approving to put this on the ballot, that we are saying we have exhausted all of our efforts. So we have no choice but to come to you for more of your dollars. So it does come with responsibility. The other thing I'd like to bring out is, I'm a little confused. Also, Member Vaughn, because I'm hearing that there's all this urgency from our superintendent, but just a few minutes ago, our CFO said, we're financially stable. We're good for another few years. This is not the time. When I hear that, and I truly trust in the recovery plan you and your staff have brought to us, Mr. Superintendent, and we are seeing the fruits of that over the last few months, this is not the time. Do I care about our employees and our children and our students? Absolutely. I disagree that this is the solution to solve that problem. And I appreciate the discourse today. But I do feel like we need to continue down this path. We're on the right track. We will never find ourselves in this situation again where we have tens of millions of dollars of ESSER's money that we can utilize while we implement this fiscal recovery plan. We have an opportunity to fix this without asking our families who are already struggling for a bailout, and we owe it to our community and the constituents to see our fiscal recovery plan through. And we'll also say, what's going to happen in 4 years when this has to be renewed? And if it doesn't get renewed, you're going to have to turn around to these same employees and say, I'm sorry, but your salary is now going to decrease at least $15,000. They've already spent that money. That's going to be a hard pill to swallow. I'm not saying that in the future this isn't something that there might be more of an appetite for, but it's not now. And just to close out and also say, a reminder, In 2019, we collected $28 million more in property taxes, even though the millage was lower. And let me just say, that's because when property taxes go up, we get more money, even if the millage is lower than it was the year before. In 2020, $11 million more. In 21, almost $26 million more.
Call the question.
We are not, I still have time. You're welcome to call the question when you're in the queue. We have been spending more than inflation for years. What I'm hearing from our CFO is we are fiscally stable. We are fiscally stable. We're on the right track, and we need to focus on balancing our budget and effective financial practices before we ask for families to write the check to cover our expenses.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything that Dr. Hahn just said, and this is how you call the question. Call the question.
Okay, calling the question requires a second. There's no debate, so you need a second to your motion, Member Snively. Member Hahn.
Member Hahn is second for
Okay,
call the
so
question.
If you vote now, if you want to immediately vote on the resolution, vote yes. If you want to continue debate, vote no. If you're ready to vote, vote yes.
Okay. Passes unanimously.
So now, Madam Chair, you call the vote of the resolution as the superintendent recommended.
Okay. Okay. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 4-3 with Member Perez, Member Snively, and Member Hahn voting no. So it passes. Okay. Yes, we'll go ahead and go to employee input because I know we also want to go over the Barrington. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much for your patience. Can we go ahead and go through employee input?
Vaughn just wanted me to announce that she's very ill and wanted to vote for this, but she's not going to be available for the rest of the meeting. And she wanted to apologize in advance for pulling items that she can't speak to, but she felt it's better for her to log off at this point.
Okay, thank you. What we'll do is we'll move to employee input, then we'll move to Barrington, and then we'll take a short break after that. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient today. Employee input. We will now take employee input. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it's sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representatives, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we're creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I will now call our first and only speaker. Thank you for being so patient.
Hi, my name is Carissa Denica. I'm from Gaither High School. I do want to just make a real quick comment. I'm glad that passed and that the voters will get a say. But real quick, I want to say that we are in the black on the backs of our teachers. So the fact that I did not get the raise that I have worked so hard on is ridiculous that anybody would make a statement that we're in the black because of something else. It was on my back. It was my raise. It was my money that I'm not going to see again. So the fact that that is even a statement just is insensitive to the fact that they work for teachers. Teachers work for them. I'm sorry, that's not what I was going to come here to talk about. I have concerns about the evaluation system for next year. It's going to go into effect next year. And it's, in theory, it's not so different from what we have right now. The huge factor will and always has been how the administrator interprets it. Jessica Doherty came and spoke about these evaluations and how they should be done holistically and they should represent growth by teachers. I can tell you that isn't happening. For many years that I've been here and that we've been going through this same evaluation process, I've been told by principals, administrators, that evaluations are essentially averages of the observations that they see. So that means if I do poorly on my first one, which is usually in September or October, and I do okay in an informal, I am essentially getting penalized because I have gotten better. All right. And just to include, generally formals are done in September and October of the year. So if my formal is being done in September and October when I've just barely learned the kids' names and what grade they're in, how in the world am I supposed to know them at an expert level at that point? I just don't have the time to go in and do that. Additional concern is that sometimes the words that are used in observations are good. I have colleagues that have been told wonderful things in their meetings with their principals, and then when they get the scores don't meet that wonderful saying. There's nothing negative, but then we're going to go ahead and get a negative in there. And while it hasn't been said in a while, Jessica Doherty also emphasized that there is no limit to the number of exemplars that a teacher can get. However, we are being told that, whether it is in actions or in words, we are being told that there are a limit on exemplary. So I can be an amazing teacher, but I'm only limited to a certain number of exemplars. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. We will now move on to 502, which is the approve of the naming of the gymnasium at Barrington Middle School. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is approval of gymnasium at Barrington Middle School to name it under, Mary Beth Brooks, who was appointed in the inaugural principal in 2009. She's 30 years of commitment in Hillsborough education. She is best known for her hard work, her dedication to students, her work ethic. She was a teacher, an assistant principal, a deputy director, and also an area superintendent, and she is beloved. It was beloved in this community. So at this particular time, my recommendation is for the gymnasium to be named after Mrs. Mary Beth Brooks.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C502. I have a motion by Member Snively and a second by Member Perez. Member Vaughn and Member Snively pulled this item. Member Snively? Do you have any?
Just briefly, first, thank you so much for your patience this evening. We had, a bit of a topic of discussion tonight, but we appreciate that you all are here in support of this particular agenda item. I just want to say congratulations and thank you for the many, many years of dedicated service to our school district. And it is an honor and a privilege to be able to name the gymnasium tonight after someone who has been so dedicated to children for so many years. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Washington?
Well, I'll tell you, we have a great working relationship, Mary Beth and I. We were area superintendents together. And this is nothing. We used to sit here until sometime 10 o'clock at night out in those seats. So this is really good, believe me. That's right. But Mary Beth, you're well deserving of it. You have always done a great job for Hillsborough County Public Schools. And what I love about you, you put students first. Always, as long as I can remember, you always put students first. So, hey, I'm the first one to say congratulations.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
So ditto, and I'm just so glad that you're sitting right in front of us so we can personally say congratulations, very well deserved. And it's an honor that we can behold the gymnasium after your name, Mary Beth. Thank you so much for everything you've done for our kids.
Thank you. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Congratulations. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and let's get up here and get a picture. Okay? Thank you so much. We'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, our meeting will resume. We will continue with 10:02, the contract amendment approval for Victory Charter School Tampa, and application approval for Victory Charter School Tampa 6 through 12. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
What number?
10:02.
Okay. Sorry. Let's give it. Yes, ma'am. 1002 is a contract amendment with Victory Charter School Tampa and approval of Victory Charter School Tampa 6 through 12. At this time, I'm going to pass to Cinzia to be able to highlight this. This has 2 action items within the one item.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Yes, this item, actually there are 2 items in one, and it was done purposely that way because the amendment of the existing contract for the K-8 is contingent upon the approval of the 6 through 12 application. The goal here for the school is to earn primary IB certification, middle years program, and diploma IB certification, all 3 of them. And because of the small number of students that they currently have, and because of the very specific IB course requirements, the 6 through 8 students must be under the same site as the 9 through 12 in order to share staff who can teach the necessary IB classes for both programs, the middle and the diploma program. The school would not otherwise have enough teachers for the diploma program without the 6 through 8 students. So it's a logistical and operational decision. And they do have the blessing of the IB people because they are currently a candidate for the middle school program, the middle year program, sorry. And they've already received approval to move that program to the 6 through 12 if this is approved. So we have one facility with 2 different, if this is approved tonight, 2 different site numbers, the K through 5 that will have the primary program, the 6 through 12 that will have, actually the 6th through 10th grade will have the middle year program, and then the 11th and 12th grade graders will have the diploma track for IB. They will open the first year with 6th through 10th grade in year 1. And currently, in 6 through 8, they have about 77 students to give you an idea of the amount of students that they have in the middle school.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. DeLange. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1002. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Gray, Member Washington, and myself pulled this item. Member Gray?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. DeLange, thank you. I have a few questions. Looking at the grade mixture from the tweens to the high schools, how is the layout of the schools? In other words, are the young kids going to be mixing with the high school kids, or is it? Go ahead and share.
Good question. The facility has 2 stories, so the K-5 will be downstairs, and the 6 through 12 will be upstairs, and then they have an all-purpose room, including the cafeteria, which is very separate from the main building.
Okay, and for obvious reasons, right? That's important. Now, when we get into the programs, when will they be merged? In other words, when the population is growing, when will the merge happen, where the younger kids and the older kids enjoy an IB program?
So currently, they are a candidate for both primary and middle year program. So that's already ongoing, and all the currently enrolled students will be grandfathered in. And when the next step would be the contract for this new 6th through 12th application, and with that will come an articulation agreement between the K-5 and the 6-12.
Okay, that will have to be filtered in a later conversation. My other question is, so the total amount of FTE that we will lose quantitatively, and if in the application fee alone, is $55,000 for the K-5, 6 through 12. So how much are we talking here of losing? And we are reminded that we're surrounded by Smith, a B school, Hill, which is a B school. You actually have it here. You've got an A school, Ben Hill, sorry about that. An A school, Smith, B, Walker, an A school, Alonzo, a B school. I mean, the Victory is CC. I'm wondering why we approved this so lickety split. But at any rate, if you'll answer the question, thanks. What's the FTE?
Yes, ma'am. We're looking at a projected FEFP funds of $1,120,000 and an administrative fee that we will keep of $55,134.
Okay, so that's a loss to our district. And last question, when we look at diversity, which is something that I know every board member is very concerned and wants us to have a diverse population at every school, Superintendent Davis, we're looking at, if we do the math, the percentage of black students, 6.3, we're talking from the total enrollment 448 year 5, but even if you go to year 2, 326, you're talking about only 23 black students at that school. Certainly the ESE students, when we look at 7.3%, you're looking at maybe about, if we're doing the math, about 28 students. And this is worrisome because I don't see the comparing schools having, there's a plethora of evidence that the diversity is very high at Hill, Smith, and the surrounding schools. This school does not exemplify diversity. I have to get back in the queue because the hook's coming. But when I get back, we'll talk about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Gray. I just had a couple questions, Dr. Lang. Prior to Victory, what charter organization oversaw this? Because I think it's only 2 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is the second year. It used to be a different management company until National Educator Partners took over, and they've seen a great increase in academics and teacher retention, and just the whole climate has changed since the new management company has taken over.
And so can you tell me a little bit about the prior management company and what type of turnover they had and what type of challenges that they had?
It was called, previously the school was called Avant-Garde. I can't really remember the name of the very small management company that was run by just a couple of people. They were very hands-off during the operation of the school. They had quite a few principal changes during their time, and they couldn't keep teachers. They had the same operating. They were operating out of Osceola as well, and this current management company took over both the Hillsborough County and the Osceola County schools under their name.
Thank you. I think it's just really important for people to realize sometimes some of these schools are kind of experiments. They're running for years, and we hear that they had a big changeover, not the management company now, but the management company prior to that all those students who maybe did not get a great education, or there were, I think, 4 principals in 5 years. I mean, very high turnover from the time they opened until finally a new management company took over. And you have to remember of the thousands of students that impacted or that impacted negatively. So as far as this new Victory Charter, I know by law we have to approve that, but I think it's really important to realize that all the surrounding districts in that area are all B's or A's. This particular charter was a C, the only C in the area, as well as just realizing that Alonzo High School, I mean, I was there this past week for a ribbon cutting. They have an IB program there, as well as Walker having a really great, thriving IB program. So I think parents just need to make sure they do the research to know, what's happening. If that by the time they find out that charter school's unsuccessful, it's probably a little too late for their child. So I just wanted to point that out. Member Gray?
So back to the diversity question. If we're looking at just a handful of black students, a handful of ESE students, and a little bit more than that for the English language learners, even though there's over a 50% Hispanic population, I am concerned with the lack of diversity. And if we flipped it and said, say, Just Elementary School with a very similar population, and said to that school, it stated that that school only had 18 or 20 blacks, it would be so untrue. I mean, I know Hill Middle School and I know the surrounding schools. The diversity is very, let's just say they're very proud of that. So, why, and Superintendent Davis is talking, but why we're getting this approval in the face of the need for diversity, Superintendent Davis, and also with the loss of over $1 million is just, it blows my mind. But go ahead, Chinzi. I'm sorry.
Sure, if I may. So the K8 Victory School currently operating was approved. The renewal, it was renewed just in February. We don't know what the demographics will look for the 6 through 12, but the company is committed to opening up the IB program to anybody who wants to attend.
And
okay. Sorry. Yep.
Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, sorry, I was just validating with Ms. Marcali. There's nothing that supports us not approving this process through the charter office, through the statutory requirements. So you are completely right. We want to make certain that there's a diverse population is served at every school that is open, just to have that great culture and that cultural relevance within the hallways and within that community. So we'll continue to make certain that every accountability measure that we can hold them accountable for, that they are held accountable in that process with the necessary supports.
And that goes with our public schools too. I just want to make sure we're flipping the coins both directions. And the last question I have, if we're using iReady as a diagnostic tool, which we are, and we're believing in that, why is their ELL scores below? There's 32%, and they're going for an IB program. There's a lot of mixed messages. Perhaps you can help me understand. That's on the third page. Fall 18% on the ELL. Winter, they expect 32%. They're calling it an increase, but yet it's. Anyway, maybe you can straighten that out for me as well. Sure. Yet they're going for an IB program with below average diagnostic scores.
Sure. The data is showing the current K8 school, not the application, and the K8 currently shows an increase from the baseline in fall of 18% to an improvement to 32% for ELA and 34 to 52 in math. We don't have the spring scores yet, but the school grade will be very telling of how the students did academically.
But we do have the diagnostic on the 2019-2020. It's 35% on the iReady math, and in the fall 2020-2021 is 17%. But at any rate, I'm not going to beat a dead horse referring to Superintendent Davis that we are under the law that we must approve this. But I do want to point these things out. It bothers essentially a lot of what I believe in as a individual board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. We will move to the Financial Advisory Committee update, and then after that, we will continue sequentially and complete the agenda for tonight. Ellen Lyons, Vice Chair of the Financial Advisory Committee, will be highlighting this item. Looks like we'll have the chair and co-chair.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having us speak to you tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of the HCPS Financial Advisory Committee, and this is our report to the board. The Financial Advisory Committee met on April 3rd, 2022, and we received reports from two subcommittees. The Revenue Subcommittee, which is comparing revenue received by various school districts across the state, and the Financial Transparency Subcommittee, which reported on position control in the budget. So the district is moving to address recommendations from various consultants and auditors to maintain a system where a position must be tied to a piece of the budget before it is filled. The Financial Transparency Subcommittee made a recommendation that the FAC, our committee, help speed that process along. And so the FAC, Co-Chair Rick Warner and I are going to meet with Superintendent Davis to understand the position control system and any cultural or structural impediments that would keep the position control from being moved from HR to the CFO. Additionally, we reviewed a report, and the report shows that among the 5 largest school districts in Florida, Hillsborough County ranks dead last in state funding. Some of it has to do with an unequal distribution of capital improvement property tax across the various states. But it is also because other major school districts have additional county-specific property millage, sales tax, or both. Orange County Public Schools and Palm Beach County Public Schools receive $2,000 more revenue per student than on an annual basis than Hillsborough County Public Schools. That was what the report that was shown at the meeting. Our meeting concluded with a need to understand how, if Hillsborough County Public Schools decides to seek additional revenue, the revenue will be spent. Since the FAC met, the school board had a workshop, and we're going to take the materials that were presented at the workshop and any materials that come out of tonight and meet again with our committee and make a recommendation. Rick Warner also is going to elaborate on our committee.
Any questions at this point?
No, this is just an information item, so there won't be any questions, and you have just a couple more minutes. Thank you.
I'll be short. Just to elaborate, thank you. Just to elaborate, your Financial Advisory Committee continues to work toward recommendations to accomplish its chartered purposes, namely finding solutions to the fiscal operating deficit and to provide more transparency in the financial and budget processes. With the question of placing a property tax referendum on the ballot for funding school operations taking center stage, much of our work the last couple months has focused on that question. You will recall that committee members were appointed to assure a representation from a cross-section of the community. Our discussions have been similar to those heard here today and last week at the board workshop. We will again address the question at our May 4th meeting. Another focus of the committee has been the need to establish an effective position control system, which is again mentioned in our report. Something pointed out by both the Gibson and the Council of Great City Schools consulting studies. That effort has been hampered by the district's antiquated software systems, which do not provide an automated link between the personnel hiring system and the budget. As you know, with 24,000 employees, a manual control system is a challenging effort. And thirdly, members of our Financial Transparency Subcommittee are meeting with the CFO and her staff to gain an in-depth understanding of the accounting and budgeting processes which differ from those used in corporations and how those differences affect our financial reporting. And finally, our committee now has 4 subcommittees tasked with taking a deeper look in the following areas: revenue, staffing, the Gibson report, and financial transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both, and thank you to the entire committee for the countless hours of volunteering. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. We will be moving to 402, the revised Educator Evaluation Handbook and Instrument. Superintendent Davis, 402, will be highlighting this item.
Yes, ma'am. This item is a revised from the Education Evaluation Handbook, which is a collaboration between Hillsborough County Public School District staff along with CTA. This is 3 years of collaboration to be able to look at the evaluation system, which hasn't been changed in years. And through this recommendation, they developed a task force, and this task force was to assess the current system that is being implemented within our schools, and at the same token looking at opportunities for improvement. The goal was to be able to provide ongoing bite-sized actionable feedback to our teachers so they can really truly improve their practice, and we can see movements related to performance in our classrooms, and at the same time be able to reduce any time, efforts, and energy spent on compliance-centered evaluation tools and transition to more of a efficient way of showing and demonstrating learning within our classrooms. We used to historically had 4 domains, and through this task force we had transitioned to 3 domains, with 3 domains being learning environment, learning experience, and also professional practice. We also, under these domains, we moved from 22 components to now 8 components. The components now will focus on climate and structure within the classroom environment. Also within learning experience, they'll look at purpose, also with student engagement and how are we assessing the learning environment. And finally, transition into our professional practice. How are their reflection on our practice? What professional development are they actively pursued and engaged in? And at the same token, making certain that there is a commitment to the school community, and then also making certain that there's professionalism exhibited in that process. So we think the collaboration with CTA, they have approved this process to really have a better understanding of our formal and informal processes as we evaluate our staff.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C, 402. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn and Member Snively pull this item. Member Snively?
Sorry, I forgot Member Vaughn is not with us any longer this evening. So I actually originally pulled this. I got some information from Dr. Whalen. That was a great explanation of the difference between the previous evaluation tool and handbook and this. So really all my questions have been answered, and I'm just glad that we're updating it to something that is going to be hopefully more effective as we give feedback to our instructional staff. So thank you for a great explanation. And Dr. Whalen, I don't know if you sent the previous tool out to the rest of the board, but they might be interested just to be able to look at the differences between the previous one versus the one that we have now as well. So I meant to ask you to include them. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, likewise, we're very thankful that it's reduced from 22 to 3. Wait a minute. Is it 22 to 8? To 8. A lot better. A lot better. The fairness of VAM has always been a huge concern, and I'm glad that you collaborated with the union. The question I have is, does the COVID era, which is within the 3-year VAM score, does it affect the weight of this VAM score? In other words, the scores were affected by the way the way teachers were teaching, the delivery, the absence of teachers. Can you comment on that? Or if you cannot, I understand, but I just was curious.
So for last year, we drilled down on each of our individual teachers as we do with our VAM because we have a multiple measures system. This is not necessarily related to VAM. That's a separate 40% of their score. But it was very advantageous for our teachers' overall effectiveness scores for last year. So the COVID impact was considered in that information that we looked at. We will do the same thing on next year's evaluation scores as these come out. We're not bringing a change in the cut scores, and we will continue to monitor that with the implementation of the new evaluation rubric for next year.
So really the question comes down to, are we being exceedingly careful and with care to evaluate our teachers given very abnormal circumstances? And I'm hearing from you as a testimonial that you are, and that's a good thing because our teachers have gone through heck, and to be evaluated the way some of them have been has not been the best. So, but I thank you that this instrument is less, let's say, comprehensive, more leeway. I think, go ahead, Superintendent Davis, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, and Mrs. Gray, that's exactly right. Over the last 2 years, we know that's been very difficult, so we found additional opportunities for school-based teachers and leaders to meet certain thresholds. So we know we just didn't put one assessment in front of them related to the FSA or EOC. They had an opportunity through iReady and other benchmarks to be able to hit different matrices to use to identify evaluation scores.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. And just a couple questions regarding this. Based, just on public comment today, I guess what it looks like after we do this evaluation this coming year, you will get feedback from educators and see how that worked, if the system actually improved. Is that what it looks like?
Yes, we will be rolling out multiple trainings with evaluators, and then also we will have working with our CTA as well. And I really appreciated Ms. Denica's comments because the things that she strives to have in an evaluation system and in getting that feedback is exactly what we want to move to with this. So we definitely would want to have her be a part of our Train the Trainer model as well as one of the CTA representatives. So I'm encouraged by her comments because this is exactly what we're working towards, and I appreciate that she came and articulated that this evening.
And I have one question. Is it true or not true? Are principals told not to have so many exemplary? I didn't think so, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, ma'am, I can answer that. Absolutely not. We will give ratings through the evaluation process where they're earned. So if they're all highly effective exemplary, that's exactly what we want. We want to reward and acknowledge hard work in our classrooms and be able to duplicate those best efforts.
I just wanted to make sure, clarify. I didn't think so, but I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any misinformation. And the CTA is in support of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I just want to say, one, I'm glad that you've been working closely with the union around this. I know it's taken some time. What I really like when I look at this is the self-reflection, the professional development plans that come out of it, and the mentoring. Because in the past, it seemed like evaluations were very punitive in nature, and this seems more like you're trying to really develop teachers, because ultimately what we want is, have the most highly effective teacher workforce. So I appreciate those aspects being infused into this evaluation, and I think it, looks like a good tool. Of course, I look forward to hearing straight from our teachers once this is implemented. I think to get feedback from them in case we need to go back and maybe tweak this a little bit would be valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 601, budget amendments for period ending on March 31st, 2022. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, sir. The chair, I'm going to transition to Mrs. Johnson, who will provide the update.
Good evening, board members, chair, and superintendent constituents. We're going to wait for the PowerPoint to come up. Okay, I'm going to give a budget highlight, and it's going to be the budget amendment for fiscal year ending March 31st, and also give a snapshot of the fiscal recovery plan to show where we're going to end this fiscal year. As you can see, we start with the adopted budget. when we adopted budget in September, it's always been 1 billion. We had revenues projection of 1,556 million. We had total expenditures of 1,618 million. So we had a operational deficit projected at that time of 61.4 million. So you subtract that from our beginning fund balance of 147 million. We projected that our ending fund balance at that time was going to be 86.1 million. So this highlights the budget amendment, and it shows that we did do a movement. Charter schools and count day, the third calculations came out, the numbers. Our numbers were up at Hillsborough School District, and charter schools were down. But when we built the budget, we projected them a little bit higher, about 2,715 students higher than they actually came in at count day. So we have reduced the charter school revenue by 14.3 million. That goes to Hillsborough School District. And we also reduced the expenditures down here by 14.3. And you see the 2 million, that's just a transfer in between two internal funds to fund another function within there because the cost of attorney fees went up, banking and property insurance tax went up in that function. So we just moved budget around. So the net impact of that was no impact to the fund balance, but the net impact, we're still showing an ending fund balance of 61.6 million. This page is, I want to pay attention to column E, which is our year-to-date actuals, showing that we have revenues of 1,238 million approximately. That's 80% of our revenue we have collected to date. Our expenditures to date was 1,146 million, and that's only 70% of our budget. So as you can see, we collect revenues ahead of schedule, and you're going to see that on the next slide with the bell curve showing that how we collect our property tax during November, December, and January month, and then they start slowing off. They start cutting off, and our state revenue is still coming in. It shows that our revenue is high in these months, December and January and February, and then our spenders start catching up with our revenue because we don't get more property tax. We just get a little residue of property tax for the next few months. But we still get our state revenue and our other local miscellaneous revenue coming in at the same time. So this slide showing March 31st, our actual numbers where we falling out. As you can see, the net change in our general fund balance is 92 million with our beginning fund balance of 147 million. So we have a fund balance position of 139 at this time, but that is going to be tapered off because our expenditure is going to catch up. So in our June 30 projection, if we don't implement the fiscal recovery plan, we're projecting still the expenses going to catch up, which is the 1,618 million. And that's going to result in our fund balance being $61.6 million. But we do have a fiscal recovery plan. And this, Ms. Gray requested a slide like this to show how we're enacting our fiscal recovery plan, which was a great idea. Step one was the enrollment. We're looking at enrollment. So at count day, we're making sure we're monitoring our enrollment, making sure we're getting all the student count. And we got 18 million total, and that already has happened. We moved 3 million, and we did 14 million this time from the charter school projections being down. So that gave us the district an additional 18 million. Step two is moving eligible expenditures from the capital transfer into the general fund. And we allocated 17.6 million. We haven't made the move yet with those expenses, but you're going to see that, and when we in the next budget amendment, we're going to be making some movements of transferring capital dollars to cover those expenditures. Step three is leveraging of restricted resource. We're trying to supplement, not supplant. And we're going to move eligible expenditures to those restricted resource to make sure we can clean up our general fund balance also. Then, as this has been a complicated year of filling our vacancies, and we have a lot of attrition this fiscal year, as we all know. We didn't really cut any positions, but we have lost staff, and we're doing restructuring according to what we need to be in line with our budget, as well as filling critical need positions. So that's given us a savings of $49 million this fiscal year. And also the Spark payment, as I spoke about before when we built the budget, we're moving that Spark payment to ESSER. So that payment would no longer be on the general fund. So, our fiscal recovery plan in a nutshell. We started with $1,528,000,000 of revenues. Student enrollment went up, so we got $18 million added to that revenue source, and the capital transfer of $17.6 million would give us a total projected revenue of $1,564,516,546. Our expenditures are going down. That charter transfer is the offset from the revenue we receive, because we have to reduce the expenditures from the revenue that we receive also. We have $14.3 million reduction in charter school expenditures. The leverage of restricted resources, $9 million. Staffing attrition is $49 million. Sparks allocation to ESSER is $12 million. So give us a total projected expenditures of $1,562,700,89. So from that, if you subtract the 1.564 from the 1.562, you'll get a 1,816,457 surplus. That's where we plan to end the fiscal year. That might not be much, but knowing this is only the unrestricted portion of the general fund, that we're going to have category funding that's going to fall down. It's going to make this fund balance a lot higher. So we're projecting that our ending fund balance, we're not going to touch our beginning fund balance at all. We're going to add that surplus of $1.8 million, and we're going to end the fund balance at $149.3 million, which is a 10% fund balance. So the first slide is the fiscal recovery plan. As you can see, even though we clear $1.8 million, I cannot increase any expenditures or we'll be back in operational deficit. So I got to be conscious that we're just clearing the fund balance, and hopefully this is will come up higher than this. But I want a special note at the bottom is that the contract negotiation we did at the table, and you guys gave increases to our contracts, to our unions, and that is going to be coming off the fund balance. So I'm going to project the fund balance is going to go down by that extra money that we allocated to our staff. But we do have ESSER 2 resource. We have $31 million left to allocate eligible expenditures to. And once we do that, our fund balance is going to end at $180 million. So that is 12% fund balance. And that's one-time resources. Then the third page is showing the fiscal recovery plan, the ESSER 2 movement of $31 million, and then we got other eligible expenditures. So we got $100 million that is in ESSER 3. We're going to move eligible expenditures to ESSER 3, and our ending fund balance is going to be at $280 million. Noting that the union negotiation contract is going to come off of that first, and then but we're going to be very close to that target amount when we close out this fiscal year. So any question? And also you got in your package is just things that we provided, information we have requested from the Fiscal Advisory Committee documents, and just to give you an update of what we have been working with them on. So is there any questions?
Yes. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 601R1. I have a motion by member Hahn and a second by member Snively. And Member Gray and Member Snively, both of you pulled this item. Member Snively?
Pablo, my screen went black. I don't know if that's a good sign, because being in the black is usually a good sign when we're talking about finances. But my question was on your slide with the bar graph, the blue bar graph that shows the amount of revenue that is collected and how it begins to wane from, the late fall into the summer months. Could you, I don't know if Pablo can go back to that bar chart, but could you provide to us, because that was the 2021-2022 report, could you overlay a 2020-2021?
Yes.
So we can see.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe even a 2020, 2019, 2020.
Yes, I could put 3 years.
3 years would be great.
Mm-hmm.
I like trends. I like to see the trending reports, especially in an inflationary year like we're having, or the last few years with increased inflation. I'd like to see what those yearly comparisons look like with that, if you don't mind. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Johnson, for the overview, Ms. Garcia, and your staff. My question is, what caused the $200,000 increase in the fiscal services in the general fund?
Well, the $2 million is from attorney fees, increase in attorney fees and banking fees, and property tax insurance went up. So we did a transfer to cover those increases in that classification.
How much did the attorney fees go up?
We projected approximately $600K, and the property insurance went up like $800,000. So $600K for attorney fees and $800 for property insurance.
Okay, and that's being heavily debated right now. The property insurance rates, I believe, is a big hot topic at this time, correct?
Just residential.
Yeah.
Not commercial.
Yeah, just residential. Yeah, anyway, we can look forward to that. Thank you for the explanation, Ms. Johnson.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. Well, you know what else you're going to get? You're going to get about $8 million more this year in property tax dollars than you did last year. So put that in the budget. The other thing I want to point out that's just some good news is that it seems like our enrollment is rising at a faster rate than the charter school enrollment. So I know that's something we'd probably all be interested in and keeping an eye on. We're moving in the right direction, which kind of, indirectly tells me that our families are choosing our schools at a faster rate than they're choosing schools outside of traditional public schools. So we're doing something right. Congratulations, Mr. Superintendent and staff. You're moving the needle there, and that's a positive. So we're going to celebrate all the positives tonight. The question I have is around the Spark allocation. When does that sunset? Isn't it this year? It sunsets? So that $12 million will go away. Yes. So, okay. So I just want to point that out that, it's under ESSERS right now, but it's sunsetting and it will go away. So that is another $12 million, but I know we're putting in something new in place. So that's going to increase, but, or is it around the same? It's going to decrease actually.
Yes.
It will decrease.
Yeah.
So there's probably another few more million that will go into the budget. Look at that. We're making money. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Ms. Johnson, I just had a question. Last year, what did you estimate to be the loss for the McKay Scholarship? So when we're talking about that,
when we built the fiscal year budget, I think was around, how much you built? $12 million, but it's actually was $63 million.
Okay, so let's make sure that we hear that. How much was the loss?
$63 million.
So $63 million in the McKay Scholarship, and what did you estimate that to be?
Yeah, so McKay and Family Empowerment this year, when we project for the next fiscal year budget, I put it at $73 million.
Okay, so last year we lost $50 million more than you expected, and you're adding another $20 million. Is that correct?
That's
okay,
correct.
So we just want to make sure we point out that it's not all these wins. There is a $70 million loss, and what that's going to look like. And you anticipated it to be 23, and it ended up being almost triple that. So I think that's really important when we look at, the fiscal health of our district. We also need to look at some big items like that, because I think that's much larger than gaining that Spark money or anything like that. Okay, Member Gray?
Yeah, in the spirit of, the bad news spirit, I guess, in losses, what's the total amount that we are losing on the FTE for charter schools?
We didn't have any loss this time. I mean, charter school, we have an increase back to the district. They lost 2,715 based on their projection when we built the budget. They overprojected.
Okay, so there's no net loss. All right.
Yeah, the outcome was the $14 million that we got back at count day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and thank you, Ms. Garcia. 602, request for proposals, 22040 DST EJ remanufactured and new school bus transmissions. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. I have 605, is that correct?
602.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right, 602. 602 is for us to be able to go through the procurement process for transportation and do a competitive solicitation for vendors to be able to assist us with transmissions and secure diagnostics and replacements and repair transmissions in all of our services. So this is being able to go out and identify the RFP award to continue our work on our vehicles within our school district. The reason this is pulled is because it's general fund and it's $200,000.
I need a motion and a second to approve item C 602. I have a motion by member Gray and I have a second by member Washington. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 605, approval of external operator with learning services for Shaw Elementary. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. As a result of Shaw Elementary be identified as a turnaround school, there's a number of requirements they have to meet in order for them to continue to move forward academically. If this school year, if they do not obtain a C related to the accountability grade system, and they are identified our D or as F, we have to identify an external operator to be able to transition to their school and further support their efforts. Therefore, we have to be able to confirm with the Department of Education by May 1st are the extended operator that we will be moving forward with and using. And we've selected LSI to be able to transition. We know that MGT currently serves a number of our schools. And LSI was an operator that we looked at many years ago in Hillsborough County, but just because of their cost expense, we were unable to use them because they were roughly around $800,000 to $1 million to be able to serve one school. After a couple years of working through this process with them, they've identified a new financial model and we're able to expend around $473,000 to be able to serve Shaw. They come and be able to provide a comprehensive needs assessments for the school to look at their instructional implementation, their leadership implementation, what professional development they offer, and then also look at any operational systems and processes that need to be changed. Not only will they put in place high quality staff with to support the school, but also they are really motivated in transition to be a system change agent. And they've recognized throughout the state of moving the needle academically, and they've done that with a number of schools, especially close to us with Pinellas County, moving school from an F to a B and one F to an A, recognized through their work. So we're glad to, hopefully our school transitions to be a C. We won't have to expend this money, but we've identified this as we move forward. Ms. McCray, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 605. I have a motion by Member Snively and have a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn, myself, and Member Snively pulled this item. Member Snively, do you have any questions or comments?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to just point out to board members that the school that the superintendent was referring to in Pinellas County was Lakewood Elementary School. If you recall, there was a big news article regarding Lakewood and Miss Stephanie Woodford, who was at the time the principal of that school when the school turned around. And so I went to do some research on LSI, and on their website, Miss Woodford had she was in a video, so I called her, and I got some really good feedback from Ms. Woodford about LSI and some of the best practices that they implemented and put into place in order to have success at that school. I think the thing that stuck out to me the most was that we want to make sure that we all understand there's no silver bullet when it comes to transforming schools, and I know nobody knows that probably more than Ms. McCray, and so she just wanted to emphasize that it was a true partnership with the school. It was very impressive. Their assessment was extremely impressive. Their ability to choose staff and leadership was also very impressive, and it didn't happen overnight. It took about 3 years for it to happen, to turn that elementary school around. But I wanted just to share that information with you. I thought it might be helpful as you consider making this decision tonight to work with LSI.
And thank you. And she is what she did at her school is remarkable. So it does take partnerships, and she has done some really good work in Pinellas. And
she definitely leaned into it, and that's what it really does take. We have to put the work in with the external operator to make sure that we're leaning into that and making sure that it's successful for our students. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Hahn?
I just wanted to also point out partnership, and you said it, Member Snively and Mr. Superintendent. That is so important that whoever goes into those schools, they also see it as a partnership and not that they're taking over a school. And so I'm glad that you shared that information from Ms. Woodward, because that makes me, it's a little more palatable when you put it in those terms. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Gray?
Yes, and thank you, Member Snively, for doing that, because I'll be quite frank, when you deal with the high-need schools and then we go to an external operator like we have in the past, and it was not exactly exemplary results, and it's always a sensitive issue, and I'm glad that the sensitivity that you have shown, Superintendent Davis, has resonated in this choice as well. We want the success for these children, and the partnerships, Member Hahn, you're so right. We have to work together in the best interest for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 606, increase in expenditures to request the proposal 20155A DST-KG supplemental nursing services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, this is bringing back to the board an opportunity to expand our services to make certain that we have nurses at every one of our schools. So this is, we approved this in December of 2020, and just bringing it back to be able to extend those services. There's around 71 schools that need additional supplemental nurses to go outside until we fill these positions. So they come and do a really good job to make certain they can really address the growing needs of our students. Right now it's at 71 plus schools, and that gives us a barrier between 4 and 5 schools if we need to double up, or if there's definitely a need within our school. But this brings back to be able to show the board, and the reason that I pulled this is because it will be split share between ESSER $2 and at the same token using general fund dollars as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C606. I have a motion by Member Gray and I have a second by Member Hahn. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 607, piggyback electrical lighting, data communications, and security products and related services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Wouldn't be a school board meeting without having IT on our discussion items. But the good thing is this is only $127,000 that Dr. Weeks brings, and this is really for us to continue to have direct supply purchases with a vendor to be able to address any network cables for connectivity, to make certain we address any and repair any small motors within our technology, and also to be able to address any laminating repairs as well. So this has just continued our relationship with Graybar, and they do a really good job providing the materials we need to keep us up with electrical and lighting.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C607. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Snively. Member Snively, you pulled this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, before I talk about why I pulled this item, I just wanted to say Graybar has been a great partner for our school district with regard to the Future Career Academy. And we were actually able to take a busload of students to Graybar in Riverview to do a tour of their distribution center and hopefully inspire some students to consider a career in that industry. So just totally not related to this, just a bit of an aside, but when I saw Graybar, I thought it was, something to just say thank you to Graybar for being a partner with our students and career opportunities. So, but the reason also that I pulled, it's actually 607 and 608, because we haven't talked about piggybacks in a little while, but I thought for transparency, it might be a good idea to just talk briefly about why we piggyback with another municipality, and as opposed to having our own, seeking our own contractor, going out to for bids, independently. And so it's just a good opportunity to be transparent about piggyback agreements, because sometimes they work in our favor because they're faster, but sometimes they can be more expensive if we don't monitor them on an annual basis or regular basis. But thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Dr. Weeks?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, I wanted to respond by stating that we do evaluate our piggyback contracts frequently, and we do on many of these items go out and actually competitively look at the pricing to ensure that we're consistently receiving the best price possible for the district. So piggybacks can allow us to be very agile when it comes to purchasing items rather than going out to an actual RFP. Somebody has already done that work. As long as it comes in line with what our expectations are from a pricing perspective, or many times even lower, then we'll actually utilize the piggyback.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I'm glad you brought up piggybacks because we haven't talked about it in a long time. And, I would love to keep all of our business local, of course, but a piggyback is just one of those tools in our toolbox that we can utilize for either timeline issues or supply chain issues or pricing. If we need things done quickly. So, it's important to have multiple tools in our toolbox so we could be as flexible as possible because we have so many needs that we have to meet. So thank you for bringing that up, Member Snively.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 608, increase in expenditures for piggyback 20029 PGB LG bus fleet, tire retreated mounting and related services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is an opportunity for us to continue to piggyback on our tires for our buses and also our fleet. And this is not only buying brand new tires, which we average cost on a bus tire is around $290, but also to make certain that we recap tires that are eligible to be recapped, and that's around $114. Historically, we recap the back tires, which is industry standard, and we make certain that brand new tires are always on the front. So we see that there's a cost increase for over last year to this year because we see recognized a 3% increase in the tire costs. But at the same token, we didn't have the large number of buses the last 2 years that we did this year. So making certain that we are restocking our replenish for new tires to be in the warehouse and make certain that the 837 buses that are on the road having the right tires and keeping our students safe. We do a 30-day update monitoring on all of our buses to make certain that the tread is adequate to be able to keep our students on the road in a safe manner, and also with our drivers.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C608. I have a motion by Member Gray and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Snively, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sure, this is a good example of why we want to continuously monitor piggyback agreements, because sometimes we realize an increase in expenditures, and sometimes it still makes sense to have a particular piggyback, because even when we look around, they're still competitively priced based on the original contract. But then sometimes it's a good idea to take a look around and make sure that we are getting the best price. What is the process? Is it just basically annually when the piggyback comes around? Is that when you compare prices annually to make sure that it's still the best and most affordable option?
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, we usually do it annually. However, if we see and we hear of a different price that's out there that may be more profitable for us to engage in, we'll do two things. We'll look at whether or not we need to exercise the 30-day out clause within our contract, because we try to put that in the majority of our contracts, or we'll go back to the original vendor and try to get them to match the price point so that we don't realize any additional cost down the road. But annually, we try to do that on a continuous basis.
I would imagine that annually evaluating it could potentially create some good negotiation opportunities for our school district. So I'm trusting that you're.
Yes, ma'am. right, Ms. Murphy?
Department is doing that on a regular basis. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 609, piggyback 22105 EST PP uniforms with related products and services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity for us to bring a new vendor to help us with uniforms for our staff within our organization. You know, currently we want to make certain we continue to have a professional a working environment and presentation with our bus drivers, our bus attendants, food nutrition, custodians, maintenance staff, and IT staff. So what this does is allows us to go to a vendor who can accommodate our immediate needs. Our last vendor was not able to accommodate it, and so us moving to a national firm allows us to see a reduction in around we forecast maybe around 20%. In us to have more efficient accessibility to 35,000 of in-stock products to be able to uniform and outfit our employees in need. So, you know, this is a good movement. This is also a piggyback because we will be saving a significant amount of money.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Snively, you pulled this item. Do you have any?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Gray and I have a second by Member Hahn. Sorry, Member Snively, you pulled this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one I actually pulled up because I had been in communication with an individual who was informed me that we have already engaged in activity with this particular vendor before the contract was approved, and then obviously in public comment today, someone reiterated that they have also been contacted by someone in the district that alluded to that particular allegation. So I wanted to ask you straight out publicly if you can explain why or what the situation is currently. Why would we be engaging with a particular entity without having a signed contract or approved signed contract with the school board? Is that something that is a normal practice, or you know, what should the board expect? I think there's some liability out there when we engage as a school district before prematurely. So can you address that publicly?
Yes, ma'am. So I would tell you this. My expectation is that as we bring items, nothing is put in motion until it is approved by the board. It's the board's decision for us as we move forward to engage in any contract with any consultant or any vendor that we have in place. Mr. Farkas, can you explain kind of where we are in this process and what's taking place related to bus drivers, food nutrition, custodians?
We can. There has been no payments made to them. We were told by the procurement department that the fittings could begin. No payments were done, so we've done the fittings. Because of the long lead time we've had on those items, those have been done. But there's been no purchase or no money that's been transferred at all. It's just they come in to do the fittings. They have to order that stuff ahead of time. But that was done because of the green light from the procurement department.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Mr. Farkas. Mr. Porter, can you, or Mr. Gibson, could you explain a little bit what liability exists when we are engaging with an entity prior to a contract being signed? If there's some assumptions made with regard to engaging? What liability is there?
It's not so much about liability. I mean, I think there's a potential that if the board didn't approve the contract, then we wouldn't be able to pay them for any services rendered. So I think that's something to always take into account. There also is the flexibility on the part of the superintendent to engage at a threshold that's below amount that would require board approval. So if that's what the procurement department was attempting to do, there's nothing illegal about that. Whether it's a good idea or not is something for the superintendent and the board to discuss at your level. But I think I'm not clear about what exactly happened here, and I think if you're concerned about it, Member Snively and other board members, I think it's something you should ask the superintendent to look into a little more carefully and find out if this is a common practice that this district is using before the board approves contracts.
That's what would be my request, is
Absolutely.
just to review, the common practices.
ma'am.
And I understand you obviously have some autonomy when it comes to working underneath that threshold. But, what worries me is that if we didn't approve that contract, then what would they have done, since they've already given us some of their, not necessarily products, but services that are included in the contract? So
They would have, I mean, again, from a liability standpoint, no matter, we couldn't represent that we could pay them
Right.
unless the board approved the contract, unless it was below that threshold. So we would, if that did come to pass, we would defend the district for that, because they would be doing that at their own risk, and we wouldn't want to ever create any sort of liability on the part of the district. But I don't have enough facts to give you more of an opinion than I'm giving you right now.
that's okay. Perhaps the superintendent could look into it a little bit further and just make sure that that's not a standard practice. If if there's an improvement we can make in that process.
Yes, Mayor, to the chair, absolutely. And my expectation is that we do not engage into any type of payment activities whatsoever until the board approves. It's the board's right in our job, and to make certain that we are following the processes. And I'll make sure very clear with our staff as we move forward and have conversations to figure out what went through.
And I do have a question, just because the accounts payable documents are on our Hillsborough County Public School website. So anybody who wants to see exactly how much we pay anybody, it's out there. It's easy to find. It's under the department section. It's under accounts payable. So if you want to go see up through December of 2021, it's about 75 pages per month of entities that we write checks to. Is there any way to get those reports more current, so that I could only see up to December 2021, and that was it? So is there any way to move that faster?
Absolutely. Through the chair, I'll
We have
work
the
with member
technology
team to
for
figure out how we can, and Ms. Johnson to expedite. Ms. Johnson, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, we can update them as quick as we can. We've been changing staff, so there's a delay in processing.
Okay. I didn't know if that was a technological issue or staffing issue. So, but okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Snively. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 6/10/2022 Summer Learning Program Opportunities. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, this is an opportunity for us to address summer learning loss. We recognize in grades K through 5 when we're looking at the overall, baseline to winter assessment as well. We see a slight increase in literacy, but we see a downward spiral related to mathematics. And we look at grades 6 through 12 related to our semester course failure rates. We see a 1% decrease as well. So we've got to find additional opportunities to serve our children and make sure they're exposed to quality content along with the summer. We do a lot of extended learning process before, during, and after school, but the summer will allow us to address a number of learners who need us the most. And this year, once again, we have a robust elementary experience, a middle school experience, and high school experience that range from third grade reading camps to summer learning camps to STEM boot camps to algebra booster camps to summer bridges for students who are moving from middle school, from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school, and at the same token being able to have nature's classroom water adventure camps, along with looking at bilingual and migrant camps as well to be able to serve our children. We'll have Hillsborough County virtual as well, where students can take online platforms so they can learn at their own pace, and then also meet their online requirement for secondary and high school for graduations. And this expenditure will move from $15 million last year to $18 million, and that cost will be leveraged to be able to use additional funding sources within our school district to be able to serve our students. One thing you may see the additional increase is because we are moving the one-time fee of $27 an hour that we pay teachers to $35 an hour for this year to be able to attract more teachers, because we had vacancies in summer school last year. People were exhausted. We hope the additional pay will really help us. And last year we served around 13,000 students, and we plan to serve around 15,000 students this summer.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C 610. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Washington. Member Snively, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What was the increase in hourly?
$27 to $35 an hour.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, we need everything we can to get teachers to help us.
So really, I pulled this to mainly highlight what some of our efforts are over the summer to address the learning loss that that students incur over the course of time, and especially the last couple of years. I encourage the general public to take a look at how many elementary, middle school, high school, exceptional student education, adult and staffing services that are available over the summer, and the fact that we're able to assist almost 15,000 students during the summer is impressive. So I just want to really highlight that so that the communities know what we're doing to address that. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Snively. I'm glad that you did pull this. I thought I pulled it as well because I want everyone, the public, to know that we are addressing the summer learning loss in many different dimensions. And I want to thank our staff also, Mr. Connor, the curriculum folks, because it's real. And I would be interested to know a data check. So when we go to per school and say we are paying attention to the ELL, is there a data check to see that there is a improvement per, the cost? You know what I'm saying? So is there a cross-reference that we can be having hopefully good news that improvements are made?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be leveraging some of our internal systems to do some of those data checks, but we're also going to be bringing forth an item to you in the coming weeks for at an upcoming board meeting for a summer school evaluation, and have an external evaluator come in and really give us some programmatic data and some insight into the effectiveness of these programs. Obviously, we're expending a lot of money. We've had the fortunate opportunity with ESSER, which was the intent of these ESSER dollars, to address the academic learning loss. And so we're able to provide this level of service that we have not provided, I don't think, ever in the history, in terms of the number of programs and the number of students that we project to serve in terms of summer learning. So we're excited about that, and we'll have some more conversation with each of you about this external evaluator to really make sure that we're getting a return on our investment.
I'm really thankful that you're exploring this too, because I think the business model, if you will, of summer school, it's practiced by private schools, and it helps the kids immensely to be prepared. It doesn't mean it's a stigma necessarily. You can use it as enrichment, or I'd like to say USF's term, continuing education. So, I'm very much an advocate of not only this opportunity, which is very pragmatic and necessary, but of the general use of a summer learning. I don't know, board members, what you think about that, but I get excited when we even got into host and we got into some eclectic chess game learning and all kinds of enhancements. So at any rate, I think I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 611, letter of approval agreement with Cambridge Assessment International Education. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity for us to have greater access to accelerated programs within Hillsborough County. We currently have 4 Cambridge schools within our school district, and we want to be able to offer this opportunity at more schools where our students can be included in an advanced international certificate of education, which is ACE. And this is an international curriculum with exams where students can participate in exposure to high-level courses and earn up to 30 college credit hours. Those students who engage in this process will be an opportunity for them to be exposed to rich content to really help them in language arts, with humanities, with science and mathematics. And we've had some great success in Hillsborough County. If we look at Sumner High School, they gave around 977 exams for ACE, and 76% of those students were successfully passing those examinations, leading to college courses, being able to save our parents so much money related to transition to their next level of post-secondary education. But this really allows us to identify 13 high schools and also 1 middle school. And we looked at the programs they currently offer, the programs they currently have. We met with principals to determine their appetite, their readiness levels, and then also being able to let each school write a implementation plan and have a vetting process to select these schools. So this is another great opportunity for our school district to be able to expand accelerated opportunities within for our students.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C611. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Vaughn pulled this item, but she's not available. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. Member Gray? Did you have
Yeah, I thought I pulled this, but you know what? I thought I've been pulling a lot of things tonight and have not. So I believe this is very important because, as I shared with the superintendent, we had the State of the Region, USF, Muma College of Business, and suggested that our region, Tampa Bay region, has a lot to do, a lot of need to move forward with innovation and higher level thinking skills. And I do think that this matches, and I'm not going to call it a complete, well, actually, it's almost complete in terms of bringing our schools into the arena of high-level learning. So, Superintendent Davis, anytime we can put a Cambridge IB, increase AP courses, what we're really doing is adding to the academic enrichment to our students and bringing them to a higher level of engagement. And hopefully we can become a more innovative, we will be, not hopefully, we will be a more innovative school district. And Mr. Khan, I hope you're smiling because this is going to be more work for you because we're going to add to this curriculum. So at any rate, are you going to give it to someone else? So that's what I wanted to highlight. Thank you, Superintendent Davis.
Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I thought I pulled this one too for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm excited. I'm very excited. So because I think that the current schools who are current Cambridge schools, which are Farrell, Franklin, Rogers Middle School, Prep Academies Middle School, and then Sumner High School, they've done a really nice job implementing the ACE program at their schools. And this has been pretty exciting over the last few years for our students. And then to see the list of what's coming gets me really, really jazzed because we're going to have Shields Middle, Brandon High, Blake High, Chamberlain High, East Bay High, Freedom High, Jefferson High, King High, Lato High, Middleton High, Plant City High, Riverview High, Spoto High, and Wharton High School are all going to be Cambridge ACE schools. That is a game changer for our school district. I am very impressed. So, and very excited. So thank you for your hard work in making this happen. So, and thanks to the principals of the schools that have already made it happen. Mr. Basham at Rogers, started with Mr. Brown and now Mr. Nelson at Sumner, Ms. French at Farrell, and Mr. Haley at Franklin. So yes, very, very, very impressive. So thank you for bringing that to the board.
Thank you, Member Snively. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. 704, which is approval, the developers agreement between the School Board of Hillsborough County, Florida and Lennar Homes LLC related to roadway improvements and proportionate share mitigation connected to the future school site. south of State Road 674 and east of Westlake Drive. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. As you know, we've got to continue to build schools in the South County region, and we know there's lack of infrastructure with the county and the South County side of it. And we also understand and realize that we have restraints related to what we can expend our money on related to the infrastructure around the school. So what we've done is we purchased a property in Westlake. That property is over 100 acres where we are forecasting to put an elementary school, middle school, and high school. And what this is we are looking to be able to take a final approval to that when working with the BOCC sometime in May of 2022. But what this agreement comes to the board today is talks about our private developer, Lennar, who is willing to construct and really address the roadway and infrastructure for these schools in the Westlake area. So this is a celebration. They are willing to pay, I think right now this is around $2.8 million for infrastructure to be able to make certain that we get approval to be able to build the 3 schools in the future. The high school right now is the first one up to date, which will be around 2025 implementation. And then we forecast the middle school to be around 2027, and then the elementary school to follow in the 2028. If something changes related to the shifts of demographics and the DRIs that are going to be built in this particular region, we'll make certain that that plan is reviewed to all the boards so you understand the acceleration process for building these schools.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C704. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Snively, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to highlight this one just because of the situation that we're feeling in South County with regard to growth management and infrastructure. And I wanted just to point out that, I know there are people who are of the opinion that, well, the builder, they should be doing that. And they don't have to, but I'm glad that they are because the county is not. And the county should be, because we can't legally fund it. And it's for the safety of our children walking along those pathways of those roadways that are substandard that we should be concerned about, right? And this application is tentatively scheduled for a BOCC hearing in May. So what happens if this gets, I don't know if it's likely that it would get or if it would get denied, but what happens if it goes to the BOCC and they deny the application?
Mr. Farkas.
Well, first, Michael Brooks is here, our attorney. We've been working on this for over a year, and I just want to, in addition to sitting through this meeting, which may have felt like a year, he also has been at all those meetings we've had. So, Michael, I appreciate you being here. The county staff has been part of this conversation from day one. I realize the county commission has to vote on it, but it's never been done before. To your point, I appreciate you giving Lennar a shout out because they don't have to do this. They have stepped forward and done this agreement. If by chance it is denied, we are at square one. There's not another builder to do this that we're aware of. Lennar is the one that's doing the purchase of the property down there, so it is why we have gone into great detail, ad nauseum length meetings for the language of the contract and getting them together with the county staff and then Lennar. So we appreciate the attorneys and our growth management staff here in the district that have kind of brought it home. Amber Dickinson was a big part of that before she left to kind of get it here. But to answer your question, it's a huge step back if that would happen. We have no indication that will happen, but
that was my next question. Do you have any indication that it wouldn't happen? But right now it looks like everything's a go, and maybe what our board members can do is help to advocate with our BOCC members to say, please support this so that we have safe pathways to school for our students.
Well, yes, ma'am. An important part of what they've pushed back on is the roadways and adequate roadways and standard roadways. Lennar is paying to make sure the road that we're on is standard. Yeah, so therefore, awesome. I'm not sure what else they'd be pushing back on, but yes, please advocate to make sure that passes. We've had a lot of support from the county commission so far.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I also wanted to highlight it because sometimes our developers don't get a lot of credit, but Lennar, as Member Snively said, did not. They're actually going to put a light in as well, a traffic light. Is that correct? And not only, that's expensive, and not only the sidewalks. But, they have taken the proactive steps of making the area safe for our kids and for the residents. So, and it is important that we highlight partners, good neighbors such as Lennar, because we appreciate it. And hopefully, and I'm glad to hear that the BOCC is very much going to help us be successful with this this particular development. It's a big one. South County needs every bit of help, and especially with sidewalks. So at any rate, I'm just reaffirming what Member Snively just said, and thank you, Lennar.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I'd like to piggyback on Member Snively's comments and just encourage our constituents in South County to reach out to the BOCC and ask them to support this when it comes to that, to their board, because this has been a point of frustration, I know for me, for a year now. So in addition to board members perhaps reaching out, constituents need to reach out because our constituents are their constituents. We have the money to build this school, correct, Mr. Farkas? So we just need it approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 705, approved guaranteed maximum price, GMP for the referendum project at Alexander Elementary School, project number 100347. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is approved $3.4 million through the sales tax referendum to be able to replace the HVAC and fire alarm system and any mechanical equipment necessary at Alexander Elementary School.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 705. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Gray, you did pull this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Well, finally, I wanted to just validate the hard work that our oversight committee is making, and I shared this with Superintendent Davis. But this is a very busy bunch of folks who are really helping to get the referendum money spent in a wise way, helping us as board members be responsible in the correct expenditures. But just for a long list, just this month, well, actually, yeah, just this meeting alone, 705 Alexander Elementary School, the alarm system and fire alarm system. And then the Ballast Point, now we're doing the alarm system and new access control, site drainage, new gutters and downspouts. Bryan Elementary School, we're doing more of the HVAC, heating and ventilating, which is HVAC. Then we have Alexander Elementary School again, getting right back into the interior and exterior painting. Then we have also the big phase 1 and 2 project at Pierce Middle School, and we're doing the HVAC and all types. What are we doing? Mr. Farkas, what exactly part 1 and part 2 is at Pierce? And boy, they can definitely use a good renovation.
Correct, and HVAC's a big part of it. The chillers with the lead time on that stuff, we'll have some of the chillers that are done now. Then we'll do the internal work next summer. But it's also painting. There's other work that's being done at Pierce. But when we phase projects like that in 2 parts, it's usually because the time that it takes in the summer, there's not enough time to actually do the chiller work and the interior work.
Excellent, very much needed. And then the next one, Tampa Bay Boulevard Elementary School, another referendum project with fire evacuation, demolition of boiler, exterior painting and waterproofing at a much needed Tampa Bay Boulevard School. And another project, and I won't go too much longer, but this is just happening just on this particular agenda. Wilson Middle School, and now we're doing the modernization of the elevator, fire evacuation, fire sprinkler system, and ceiling replacements at the school. And another one, we have Carrollwood Elementary School doing also the HVAC and also equipment replacement for many of the parts that are needed. A lot of design consultants. So all this is to say, thank you, Oversight Committee. I know that you're using your volunteer, a very valuable time to make sure that we spend our taxpayer money wisely, and it is definitely noted by all board members and our superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear.
What happened?
And it passes unanimously. 1003, approve the memorandum of understanding between Tampa Bay Workforce Alliance, DBA Career Source Tampa Bay, and the School Board of Hillsborough County, Florida. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Ma'am, the Chair. This is a really neat MOU that we have partnerships with the Workforce Alliance and Career Source Tampa Bay in our school district. This is where they provide a counselor to help with us in our CTE pathways for our students. It's really a one-stop shop delivery system where we at Leary Technical Building that they provide a counselor free of charge that really helps our students have a better understanding and our adults a better understanding of career education, whatever human services they may need to be able to help them through career exploration and also job training. So this doesn't cost the district. It's more about access and resources, and we're really thankful for this partnership for them to be able to pay for that counselor.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C 1003. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Perez. Member Snively, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really, again, a highlight. I wanted to ask a question about the number of adults that we're able to assist with this. And I apologize, I was like writing something when you were speaking, but I'm assuming you're going off of the memorandum here. But I wanted to, it was in here, $432,000 was allocated to support low-income limited English proficient students and integrated education and training programs. That is for 90 adults, or is that for more than 90 adults? What is the anticipated amount of students that will be able to and that will be impacted by this program?
Yeah, my understanding is that they've served over 90 to be able to assist them with that process. So I can get with Mr. Brooks to get a number in my follow-up so that the board is informed related to the number of individuals that we have access to and help them really identify the next pathway in the phase in their life.
I know. I wish we could do more.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure there are more than 100 adult students who could use some assistance in finding their career path and being encouraged and supported there. So I just wanted to reiterate that amount that they're allocating and the potential of how many students it's impacting and helping our community and helping our economic development in Tampa Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Gray?
Yeah, just a news flash that the city of Tampa wants us to recommend 100 students to work on their summer programs, employment. So, in conjunction with this, there's another opportunity coming up. So at any rate, it is a very, very important initiative that our various business partners are investing in our youth in terms of functional work and experience.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. The next two items are information items, and we will not be voting for these. That's 1201, the minor modification application and easement agreement to relate it to new school bus depot site. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. 1201. This is just a minor modification to the application easement agreement with the new school bus depot. Around, I believe it was in November of 2020, we brought to the board to identify that we will need a new bus depot in the Apollo Beach region to be able to serve our schools, and definitely with the expansion. So this is just coming back to the board and identifying that we may have an adjustment in our sites related to being able to make certain we have sufficient parking for our buses, and just bringing this and make certain the easement that we will be having access to an easement on county-owned property in the south side of this, so that we can make sure that our buses can use that easement and have access to be able to go in and out and to be able to further serve the south county of the region.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Next item is 1204, which is the closure of East Tampa Academy. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is a closure of the East Tampa Academy. They were originally contract was approved in June 2017. This was a 5-year agreement. They serve students from kindergarten to second grade. There's around 52 students that they serve. They have come to us to the recommendation that they no longer wish to continue to serve students in this capacity. Therefore, we are going to. My recommendation is to approve the closure and for us to continue to be able to serve students. The potential is bringing back close to over $400,000 back to our organization, to our schools, and that we have a plan in place to be able to engage our parents that are currently at this charter school to allow them to know the options that they have within our community and bring them back to district managed schools.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. We will now move on to superintendent comments. Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And first, what an awesome job by Ben Hill Middle School. They did a really good job. Kyle was really enthusiastic about his students. They looked perfect. They're beautiful. They sounded great. So we really thank them for what they do. And it is so important for our students to be engaged in visual performing arts, and we just thank them for their hard work. Tonight, we just want to talk about some updates, celebrations, review some summer school offerings. Mr. Connor will go through and do some highlights and give updates to suspended agenda. The first one is summer school. We talked about over the last 2 years, being able to receive federal funds to expand initiatives within Hillsborough County to address summer learning loss. And at this time, I'll let Mr. Connor kind of walk through what we're offering at every one of our grade bands.
Yeah, we're excited to share with you this year. We'll be offering at K-5 literacy and STEM initiatives geared towards our Tier 3 and Tier 2 students with a projection of around 10,000 students based on current data. We're going to be at 38 sites for our K-5 offerings, and that will run for 20 days during the summer. We'll also be offering our third grade reading recovery camp for any students who may not have passed the FSA. We know that there is a required pass for the third grade FSA or students may be retained. So this will be an opportunity for them to recover so that they can be promoted onto the fourth grade. Additionally, we'll be offering around 26 sites for host to our families in our communities, and at the elementary, middle, and K-8 fee will be $30 for registrations and $90 per week per student. Additional elementary offerings include dual language success camp. We also have our scholars program, our migrant elementary summer learning, a bridge to biliteracy camp, and migrant school readiness summer learning, and voluntary pre-K summer school. Our middle school offerings will include grade enhancement. This is a good opportunity for students who may have not done as well on a quarter grade and would like to enhance that grade moving forward for promotion. Also at the middle school level, we'll be doing an algebra booster. We'll have host. We'll have our migrant summer learning programs. We're also excited about a 6th grade rising summer bridge camp, so to help students transition from that elementary 5th grade to the 6th grade middle school setting and giving them that smooth transition into middle school. And of course, for students who are in our STEP program, that is for those rising 7th graders who were previously retained and have successfully completed the 6th grade. It gives them the opportunity to stay on track with their cohort. And we're excited. We're offering around 5 different STEM camps throughout the summer geared towards our 6th through 8th graders. In high school, we will be definitely offering our credit recovery to ensure that students who may have failed a course during the school year will have that opportunity to recover their credit so that they can stay on track for graduation. And additional summer programs for high school include the Algebra 1 FSA Boot Camp. Those are for students who may not have successfully passed the EOC, and it gives them some opportunity to remediate and then take those exams again over the summer. And we're also offering that summer bridge for our rising 9th graders who are leaving middle school, going into high school, so that they can have a smooth transition into their new setting. And of course, for students who need to meet their graduation benchmarks, we'll be offering plenty of opportunity to recover and remediate our reading for the reading requirement, as well as having our migrant camps at the high school level. And we'll be offering some summer internships in some of our CTE pathways, which will be exciting. Some additional summer programs, HV K-12 will be in full swing. It'll be open enrollment for any student in Hillsborough County who would like to either retake a course or take original credit for courses to proceed and accelerate through their graduation requirements. We'll also be offering some additional ESC summer school programs for students with specific IEP needs. And so these offerings that you see here will be available pre-K through 12th grade and will help students meet the needs and give them that extended year services that they need to stay successful. So enrollment will be beginning with a notification letter. So we're looking at preliminary data to identify students who need this opportunity in order to be successful moving to the next grade level. They'll be notified at the school. They'll be given all the information for parents to confirm whether they'll be participating, and then they will, once they make that confirmation, enroll in the program at their school. We are excited that we'll be beginning to, we'll send out communication most likely tonight around the HR opportunities for teachers to begin applying for our positions. We've already had more interest this year, knowing that the instructional rate of $35 per hour is set for this year only, but that is going to be an important incentive for our teachers to do that. We did struggle a little bit with filling some vacancies over the summer last year, and we're pretty optimistic that this adjustment will help with that need. And I did want to just say one other thing that's not on the slide. I want to just kind of reiterate how important the item that we passed, that the board passed earlier with ACE. I think you're going to look back several years from now and really understand the gravity of that decision and what it's going to do for our district. The acceleration opportunities that are going to go beyond, so many times we offer these college prep courses for the top level student. We're going to be able to expand opportunities in college, get them college ready from all across this district, every group of students who are going to benefit tremendously from this. And we're going to see, because not only the 13 schools that we're adding this year, there's an additional 13 schools that we're looking at the following year. So every one of our high schools, the goal is to have an accelerated college pathway at that school. And it's going to make tremendous differences in the inclusion of all of our students having this opportunity. And so I just wanted to highlight that. I wanted to thank Giselle Linegar-Brown, who's really been orchestrating that, working with our principals. I think we're going to look back and really see this was a huge, huge thing that we passed tonight. And I can't wait for the coming years to see the results of that.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Really appreciate and agree. And any chance we get to be able to expand these opportunities, whether it be dual enrollment, ACE, IB, AP, we're going to do it. And it's not only going to prepare students for them to be better, whether they transition to post-secondary education or the military or the workforce, but it's going to save our parents and our families so much money in doing that process by getting our children prepared to be able to compete. So it's a great opportunity. And also another celebration, we have been acknowledged as an outstanding support for music education to enrich the lives of our students. This is recognized around 738 school districts across the nation. And this is those who are involved, for the teachers, the administrators, our parents, our students who have led and have made music education a well-rounded opportunity. And Hillsborough County has been recognized. So this is a celebration to our staff, and we appreciate them continuing to make this a growing initiative within our school district. And then also, tonight with the consent agenda, we want to thank the board for approving Gaither Orchestra to be able to go compete in Orlando. We see Strawberry Crest Culinary Program going to compete in Washington, D.C., and then also Durant High School going to St. Augustine to be able to visit an institution. This is what we want our children to have, that well-rounded experience, and we appreciate the board acknowledging, also our school-based leaders and our teachers for making this a reality. Then also with our Hillsborough County College and Career Pathways Initiative, being able to make certain that we have staff to help our CTE programs grow and help our students make the right decisions as they move forward. And then the referendum. I think Ms. Gray did this slide tonight. She did a good job going through it. She did a really good job. You know what? The only thing that I will add is that it's $25 million. Thank you, Ms. Gray, and the Half Cent has done a really good job with 22 major projects coming on board and up to close to $1 million of the summer projects that have to get done in a short period of time, and trying to find those vendors and through the operations to make this a reality. We really thank everyone. And then suspended agenda. We want to congratulate, Michelle, Orthan tonight. She is going to be our new general manager for growth management to be able to fill this position. And then at the same token, we'll have the next highlight will be suspended agenda, will be transformation that we'll bring to the board next month. And I have to say that, I'm really blown away about the Vote Hillsboro Art Contest. These are really, really cool. And, I want a patch of every one, a sticker of every one of them. Our kids, there's so much talent in our school district. Thanks to our teachers and our parents for letting them be involved with it. And we know there's one winner, but they're all winners to be recognized by Craig and his staff. So thank you. And then I also want to turn and thank this staff here. You work very hard. The last 2 years have been very hard and difficult. Thank you for helping me be innovative. We are now turning the corner to be not only innovative but proactive, and you see it through these action items to the board. And I just want to commend each of you for your continued hard work and your focus. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Davis. We will now be moving to board comments. Member Perez?
I want to highlight one of our students. She was acknowledged during a Lightning game recently. Pablo has her video. He's pulling it up.
Hi, everyone, and welcome once again to our Lightning Advent Health Goal Getters series. Today's honoree is a junior at Hillsboro High School, driven to make a difference. Gender equality is no joke, and let's face it, access to personal hygiene products in public schools can be a challenge. Girls are at a definite disadvantage, so this young lady is out to change that and ensure that provisions are available at any time. Last year alone, she distributed 50,000 products to Title I middle and high schools across our region. She's Anya Patel. Anya, welcome. You started this program when you were 14 years old?
Yeah.
What inspired you to do this?
I wanted to participate in this global virtual forum where I had the opportunity to interview a grass.
But Anya has stepped up to address the issues of period poverty. Girls within the U.S. lack access to menstrual hygiene products, causing them to miss out on school, extracurricular activities, and even lose their confidence. And through her nonprofit, Global Girls Initiative, she provides menstrual hygiene products and education to youth in underserved communities to help improve their health and confidence. And last year, she donated 50,000 period products to all the Title I middle and high schools in Hillsborough County. And today has donated over 150,000 menstrual hygiene products to the youth in Tampa Bay community, impacting over 30,000 girls. Now, I wanted to highlight Anya because, what she's done for this community and for our youth here in Hillsborough County Schools is incredible. That we have some young people who go above and beyond in our schools. We always talk about our students and highlight our students who are not doing really amazing things, but this young lady is. So I just wanted to give a shout out to her and her parents, because of what they've done to support this young lady. And that's my comments for tonight.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Uh-oh, now I got to keep up with that. Brevity. Thanks, Member Perez, for entrapping me now. So, big thanks to Jennifer Shriver and Jocelyn Wells for putting on the second annual Epic 5K in Plant City. And their professional planning of this walk-run event was really based on the mental health aspects of keeping wellness in our communities, our schools, and ourselves. Secondly, the annual Women in Leadership Luncheon was packed full of our Area Bay women leaders. And the keynote speaker, Rhonda Coleman, she was a initiator of a huge beer operation, Coors Beer. Anyway, she started a beer company, and she was very successful. But what she said was, and this is in a man's world, as if you guys didn't know, you girls and guys. She said, how and why was I successful? She said, number one, I lead by example, and secondly, I do the hard work. And she is a multimillionaire on her own and has reset her career in different beer companies, but it's true, in a few times, and never gave up in an area of extreme challenge. Next, the USF Moomer College of Business, a state of the region, and I know Bimitra Simmons, she is another deal breaker, great addition to the City of Tampa Mayor outreach, in charge of Tampa Bay Partnership, but it really shows how the regions, 20 regions in our contiguous United States, how they compare in innovation, education, and healthcare. And while I'm not going to delve into it deep, I did kind of touch it, the subject of innovation, that in our region we have 3% of our scientists and some of them are young adults who are doing patents, in other words, inventions. And 3% is low compared to, say, Seattle, which was 27%. So what does that mean? That we have a long way to go in the area of innovation. What does that mean? Well, we're going to have more and more of our STEM schools, and we're going to increase it into middle schools, and that's a good thing. And I'm not going to go into any negativity. We have had a tough time. Every region has, but this is a particularly strong observation of partnerships, because we have, in terms of the chambers, in the Tampa Chamber of Commerce, always behind our women leaders and our USF leaders, Moomer College, but we have the PNC Bank, and I know for sure they're involved so much in the pre-K and early learning, Helios Foundation, USAA, Grow Financial, Florida Blue, United Way, Community Foundation Tampa Bay. Really want to thank Tampa General, and I know that I'll leave many out, but I just want us to all to be reminded that our partnerships make significant contributions, not only in our schools, but in our communities. And for goodness sakes, they make the difference in so many of our students' lives. Thank you. And last, not really last, but I'm going to probably have to be last, because this is a gal you've got to know. India White, she's on our African American Task Force, Shake. Witty. All right. And, of course, member Snively is going to take over, because she represents 40 Gators under 40. That's right. She is honored by the outstanding young Gators for doing great initiatives in the community. Now, guess what? India White, she's a motivational speaker, but Witty. Okay, India Witty. She was a former homeless student. She was kicked out of her home on Christmas Eve at the age of 16, but still earned 3 University of Florida degrees. She was named Teacher of the Year in 2 counties, published 37 books, was an assistant principal and business owner. Witty also held prestigious membership in the Golden Key International Honor Society. She has been given the title Most Successful in Business by 100 Successful Women in Business, and named Woman of the Year by the National Association of Professional Women. India Witty, you are something else.
And she's here this evening.
India, did you know that I was going to? Well, come on up. I mean, stand up. So,
India Witty, it's India White. Oh,
I said,
my bad. There's another
India, so this is what I have to put up with over here. You know what? India, come on up and just shake our hands. Because
You've been waiting around here for a while. You're so patient.
for hours.
Okay.
She sat through this.
You know, golly. I hope I did right by what you did, golly.
Thank you.
Because
Yeah, and go Gators, right?
Yeah.
So India White is witty. She's a witty person.
so this
I
one
mean,
here.
She's so smart.
Oh,
Go
thank
Gators.
you, thank you.
Guys, we appreciate all that you do, and I'm just thankful for the opportunity that I had to start in Hillsborough County as a teacher and as an administrator. It really paid off, and so thank you, Shake, for the opportunity, and thank you for all that you're doing. Great work. Just know that we stand behind you 100%. So don't just get rid of the noise.
Oh,
and
hold on,
stay
microphone.
focused
Can
on
you
the
repeat
game.
what you just said?
Okay. So I just said thank you to you guys for the opportunity again to start my career in Hillsborough County as a math teacher and as an administrator. It made the world of a difference. And so now I'm able to continue moving forward with a phenomenal team as we impact students across the nation. But just know that your efforts, you guys staying at these meetings hours after hours, dealing with all kinds of noise, right? That effort is paying off, and we stand behind you 150%. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the opportunity to stand among you and to lead with you. So,
Thank you, India White.
Sorry.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Gray. And thank you, Ms. White, for staying all this meeting. And thank you for all that you do. Mr. Washington, Member Washington.
Thank you. You almost brought tears to my eyes. That's like my little daughter there. First of all, I'd like to thank your staff, superintendent, because they really do a good job. They work hard, and they are there when you need something. They are there. They may not want to be there, but they are there. First of all, I want to talk about the Tampa Police Department. We have a program that would be a pilot program over at Milton High School. It's called Shielding Our Teams. The goal is to prepare them for jobs, summer jobs. The first program started at Milton High School in East Tampa because it's going to help out the students in East Tampa. It's a small group of students who will go through 3 weeks of training of learning skills through the Tampa Police Department. Corporal Rosie Argopoulos stated that it would give a lifetime experience and open doors for opportunities for some of those young people at Milton High School in East Tampa. So I really appreciate them, appreciate what they are doing over in East Tampa at Milton High School, the TPD department. Also, I would like to thank the girls golf program at Reddick. I know that's in your, Reddick is in your area, yes. Yeah, well, mama, that's right. Clement James is one of the sponsors, and is featured the African Americans Golfers Digest magazine. The girls enjoyed their very first trip to a golf course. Yeah, that's right. And many thanks to the publisher, Deborah Cook. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the Dungy and We See You Foundation. They are helping 10 college-bound seniors. You can donate $600 to $1,000. They will be doing that. They have been very inspirational in the partnership here in Hillsborough County. Also, I must say I had an opportunity, superintendent, to meet the other superintendent. Oh, he was, that's right, Octavius Strong, the superintendent of a day. Very intelligent young man. Yes, he did a great job. We had a great conversation with him. He's an 11th grader at East Bay.
He is. And he outdressed me, too. He was on.
Oh, yeah, he was sharp. I told him, I said, man, you well dressed. Yeah, he did a great job. But he did, and I really appreciate that because kids need more opportunities to have a chance to show their leadership. So that's all I have. Oh, one other thing. I thought about it earlier, and we got to have a little fun sometime. I used to sit out there for 2 and 3 hours while this board was up here. And as you said, I can't believe that board keeping us in here that long. It's unbelievable. And now I'm sitting on the board, we keeping y'all out there. You never know how life will turn out. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I want to just thank Miss Giselle, thank you, Giselle Lenegar Brown, because she coordinated 20 high school girls to attend the Women's Conference of Florida last week. They got to meet New York Times bestselling authors Mel Robbins and Erica Dewan. Mel Robbins did a private meeting with the girls and really gave them strategies and talked to them about resilience and self-confidence and self-esteem. And they really enjoyed it. They got to interact with the College Women on the Rise, which are first-generation college students. And they talked about their experiences and supports that are available to our students who want to go off to college. So they also got to talk with CEOs, female business leaders, go to breakout sessions. They were given breakfast and lunch, and it was a very professional conference, about 1,400 people. So for many, I think all of them, it was really their first professional conference that they attended. So that was really a great opportunity for them. Also, I just want to remind everybody, tomorrow we're purple. We're purple because it's the month of the military child. And tomorrow they're asking us to wear purple to celebrate that. Our military families and students do sacrifice so much, so I want to thank them very much from the bottom of my heart, being from a military family, understanding the sacrifices parents and the children go through on our behalf. It is a wonderful opportunity to just celebrate them and recognize them. And Pablo, could you share the flyer? There's another literacy fair. We're going to kick off summer reading with our last literacy fair of the school year, May 7th at Belmont Elementary School. You see there all the wonderful partners that will be there. Of course, I'll be giving out my home libraries, so parents can register by scanning the flyer or registering with the link. We ask folks to register just so we know approximately how many home libraries we will need to create. And we're going to be sending this flyer out. It's already gone out to the schools, and it will go out in Peach Jar, and our ELC and Children's Board will send it out to early childhood providers. So we hope to get a lot of families there so that our students, and it's really not just for our students, it's for all kids in the community. We want them all to have books to read this summer. And between my home libraries and the books that our partners give out, they go home with at least a dozen beautiful books. And for many of our children in the community, these are the first books they've ever had and owned, brand new books. So it's exciting. And so I'll talk more about it. You'll see it on social media, but we hope to see you out at the fair. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I wanted to thank the district for allowing the volunteers for the Boy Scouts of America to say a few words to principals. Our council is comprised of about 9 different school districts, and we are trying to get back into schools because we understand the importance of character learning, development, academic success, and behavior is a correlation with the Scout program. And I know Ms. Combs had Scouts. I don't know if you still have Scouts, but we know that is a very positive program for our youth and for Cub Scouts and for Scouts BSA. So thank you for the opportunity to do that, to present. Also want to thank the Alliance for Public Schools, had a very successful Grad Nation event, and that was very enlightening to hear the students talk about the things that are important to them from a student perspective. So want to thank Melissa Erickson with the Alliance for Public Schools for giving students the opportunity to do that, and then wanted to also thank Ernest Hooper for giving me the opportunity to sit on a panel and for WEDU with regard to parents' rights and the importance of the relationship and the trust that builds between parents and students and teachers. And that airs May the 5th. If anybody wants to tune into WEDU. But tonight, a little seriously, for over almost a year, we've had parents come in and put everybody in a very, what seems to be an uncomfortable position by reading sexually explicit material that's in our libraries. And I know that there's some strong opinions on the board with regard to one way or the other, but I don't think that we're going to see it stop until we talk about the process. And we do have a process. I know that you asked the superintendent about the process, but I will say it is highly bureaucratic, honestly, in my opinion. Because I'm going to just read it, and there's not enough information, honestly, on the website if you want to actually take action. Should a family or community member have a concern regarding a library media center material or library media center list, the school's library media specialist is available to hear those concerns, and if requested, provide custom reading recommendations based on the student interests and family priorities. If desired, the library media specialist can also provide information on the HCPS reconsideration of school media materials procedures. Within 7 work days of receipt of a completed copy of the request for reconsideration of school media materials form, which is not on the website that I can see, the school's educational media materials committee, who I don't know who that's comprised of, but maybe you can tell me, convenes to review the challenged material. Committee members then read or review the material in its entirety, review the complete request for reconsideration of school materials, consult professional review and academic resources to weigh the merits against alleged faults in the light of the material as a whole. The committee will determine to the extent to which the material meets the HCPS criteria for selection to reach school decision. A decision report will be prepared and sent to the complainant within 30 days of the committee convening. That's for one book in one library. We have almost 200 sites. That means there are probably about 4,000 committee meetings that would need to occur to take out about, a couple hundred books out of a library. Now, I'm not saying that we ban books. I'm just saying there are books that are not age appropriate for students in our media centers right now. And I really feel strongly that we should do something to change the process to make it easier to review, or do a district-wide review and not have to go school by school by school. Maybe there's some criteria that you can look at to say, okay, if it meets this criteria, maybe under Florida Statute 847, harmful materials. I mean, if you look at that statute, harmful to minors means any reproduction, imitation, characterization, description, exhibition, presentation, or representation of whatever kind of form depicting nudity, sexual conduct, or sexual excitement when it predominantly appeals to a prurient, shameful, or morbid interest, is patently offensive or prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what's suitable material or conduct for minors, or taken as a whole is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. What I know is that some of these books, if they were movies, they would not be allowed to be shown in a classroom, period. So I really strongly believe that we need to take some type of action to come to a consensus on what is a good process, what is something that is more realistic, who sits on this committee, how do you get a request for reconsideration materials form, those things that are important to parents who feel that there are and believe and have seen that there are items in our public libraries or our student media centers that are not appropriate for a certain age. So I would ask, please, if we could, as a board or as a district, talk about the process. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have.
Yes, thank you, Member Snively. And I think it's important because in the last year, nobody has come up and said, let's talk about the process. You're the first person. I've had countless people come up and read, and it has become very political, and it has become very divisive. And I think we need to make sure that we keep the politics out of that. And if you're going to ban a book, where does it start? One book, and next thing you know, it's 100 books. And who's to decide which book my child should read and which book your child should read? I should not go to your school and decide what books you can read and what books I can read. And I think we also need to remember that sometimes there are books in certain schools that are needed. Because I saw something the other day on Bay News 9 where a child was saying once they read a book that is on the list of banning, that is when they realized that they had been basically sexually molested. And they didn't have that realization until they read that book. So we really need to look at which book in which school and not do across the district. So, that wasn't really planned in my comments, but I think we need to look at the process, and it's worth the discussion. And we also need to realize that a lot of times people are coming for a year or whatever, 11 months and have not even challenged one book. So to say the process doesn't work, how do we know when 2022 not one single book has been challenged? How do we know the process doesn't work until someone tries to the process that we have in place? So maybe someone should try that process, and then let's look at that, or we can talk about this individually. But along with that, I just, want to talk about a couple things, as well as when we look at some of these issues, some of the bigger issues that we're dealing with. A couple weeks ago with the workshop, we talked about substance abuse, and I ended up going to the NOPE, the Narcotics Overdose Prevention Education Program at Sickles High School that Kathy Valdez is the president of, and it was really so impactful. So I think sometimes we get caught up in so many things. I mean, it's sad. The other day, someone asked me, school board battleground. I mean, how did we get so political that all of a sudden it's like teachers against students? Like, we all need to be working together to make sure that we prioritize students and we leave politics out of the classroom and just focus on our students and our needs. So I think that's really, really important. And as we go through that, we know that the lead of all of that is our principals and our assistant principals. And I want to thank you, Superintendent Davis, for putting so many great principals in our new principal induction program last week. We had several great principals. I want to use my last few minutes. I know we're all here for the right reasons. Just a couple weeks ago, Woodbridge Elementary celebrated their 50th anniversary. Our new principal, Victoria Morse, and the assistant principal, Toscani, they're just such amazing team. And I think they shared this video, and I wanted to share this video with the last few minutes. This is what we're here all about. It's not about books. It's not about uniforms. It's really about kids and how do we make sure we keep all of that out and focus on our students. So Pablo, if you could share this video, this will be my last few minutes for today.
So
And thank you. I know. And thank you to Tanya Arja for going out there and filming that. And you can see there's so many access classes there and such a mix of students. And really, that's why we're all here. Thank you and have a great day or evening. This meeting is adjourned.